open in our normal way with the karakia. Sorry, I haven't got it. Thank you. So, please let myself or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. We'll have morning tea at 10:30. We do have some apologies. So we have apologies from Councillor Sparrow, Councillor Wolfe for early departure. Yes, but for early departure. We have apologies from the Mayor, I think for most of today, if not all of it. And Councillor Paul? No. And I'm actually going to be leaving after morning tea, and I have to move a motion that Councillor Matthews be acting as chair. Thank you, Councillor Matthews. So I move that we accept those apologies. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Paul. Having been moved and seconded, we will now vote. Green if you agree and red if you disagree. And we have Councillor O'Neill on Zoom. Councillor O'Neill, do you agree with moving with the apologies? Right. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to conflict of interest declarations. So I call on any of you to declare any conflicts of interest that you may have in relation to the items on the agenda. Do we have any conflicts of interest? No, thank you. There are no minutes. I'm just going to wait till we settle down a bit, if you don't mind. No, everybody. Thank you. There are no minutes to confirm. There are no items not on the agenda. And now we will move to public, or actually we will just, before we move to public participation, this meeting is going to extend beyond the 6-hour limit. So in accordance with Standing Order 11.7, we actually have to agree to extend the meeting beyond the 6-hour limit. I move that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Young. Can we please vote on that? And Councillor Neil has voted yes as well.
Can I just check that last night the minutes are corrected? I was voting, but I wasn't here. So. Okay. It's just proof that I watched the meeting because I picked it up.
So have we voted or do we still need to? It's done. Okay, that's been passed, carried. All right, so we can now move on with our public participation. So I'd like to invite Matt Farrer and, oh goodness, Rod Rod Drury from Wellington Trails Trust to speak to us. And you do have 10 minutes as an organisation. Thank you. That needs to include questions.
Hi, I'm Matt Farrer. It's actually probably better without, isn't it, almost? Goodness. And this is Rod Drury from alongside me. We were formerly known as the Wellington Trails Trust, and we've branded ourselves to Trails Wellington, and that has really come about on the back of a very significant financial contribution that's been made by Rod Jury and to help support the initiatives that we're looking to do. And so on the back of that, we've brought together a bunch of the trail building type organisations in Wellington, and we've all formed together and reconstituted ourselves. So the key things that we're looking to do, which is consistent with what we've been talking about in the past, is to help make Wellington a much better city for trails. In fact, we think we could be a world-class city for trails, and so that's our goal and initiative, and we've got a whole bunch of things that we're doing and working with the council and that we'd like to do. We've got a launch party on the 3rd of June, that we've invited you all to, and in fact we've invited you to come and chat to us, or that we'll come and chat to you at various times, and some of you have taken that up, which is fantastic, and we hope to see you all at the launch party on the 3rd of June. It's at Prefab, so don't hesitate to RSVP and come along to that. That would be great. In terms of today, we're not going to talk, Rod's going to talk a little bit about some things, but the main thing I wanted to talk about, excuse me, is we're here to support, talk about option your cycleways, and in particular that your preferred option 3 around that, which is 120 million of investment around the long-term plan. While we think that's a good idea, we do think more investment would be great, and we would support the option 4. We think that cycleway investment's got massive positive impacts in terms of mental health of people, physical health of people, climate change impacts. I mean, you're obviously hearing this for 3 days. You don't need me to keep going, but we're a massive supporter of that. The one thing that we would like you to consider is the use of the green belt for commuting trails. So at the moment, you only tend to put in your plans road reserve in the grey for building commuter trails, and we think there's some great opportunities, and we're in fact working with you on a couple at the moment in the council, but they haven't got high visibility, and we'd love to work with you more closely and talk about how you could perhaps incorporate that into the long-term plan to use that green belt, because obviously it's even safer for cyclists to not have cars close to them at all. It's pretty obvious, right? So Rod's got some other thoughts around this stuff. I was going to let you jump in, Rod.
Hey, sure. So thanks, everybody. So you may know I was a founder of Xero, got about 800 or 900 staff in Wellington, I think getting close to 4,000 all over the world. The world's definitely changed. We don't have everyone back in our offices. We're starting to open up our remote work. So a big thing for us is how do we attract talent to stay in Wellington. So, like a really easy way to do that is fantastic, exciting cycling. So we've always had great mountain biking through Wellington, but mountain biking especially has really taken off over the last few years. There's been some interesting case studies. A really good one is Bentonville in Arkansas, which the Walmart family have spent literally tens of millions of dollars building trails, which mean it's become a very desirable place for people to move to and live. And one of the unique value propositions about Wellington, it's one of the few cities in the world where you can do world-class work but have world-class lifestyle, whether it's windsurfing out on the harbour or going biking from work, after work, before you get home and play with the kids, or even at night with some headlights on. You can live in town and you can ride. So the problem with cycling is there's not any real strong actors. It's very community focused. We've had great trail builders doing lots of volunteer time, and seeing the economic benefit and the desirability, we actually thought it was it'd be a good thing to do, to actually spend some real money, like we really believe in this. So we've committed to over $1 million of funding to really develop the trails here and make it one of the best biking destinations in New Zealand. Great place to visit, great place to work. So the vision we have is especially focusing on the trails that you can ride to from work or from your apartment in town, and we're making really good progress on that. We've just getting fantastic feedback for the work that we've been doing so far. And then as we sort of dovetail into this, the vision we have, and what I found getting back into biking really over the last few years is I assumed that we were a great cycling city, and when you have to ride your bike across town trying to get up Pole Hill, it's absolutely frightening. So what we'd love to do is to make the the waterfront, the trailhead. So, and even happy to fund this, put some bike washing bays, so the natural places where people meet. Then we signpost it so everyone knows that it's there. And then working on the cross-city expressways across town. So like you see in Europe, building some cycle superhighways. Taranaki Street's a really good example, nice wide street, get some planter boxes down there, allow people to, as long as you can get to the waterfront, you can get to all the places that you need to get to, whether it be Pole Hill or Mount Victoria or even over to Mapuia now. So if we could do that, the benefit of building those superhighways, it's not just for mountain biking, obviously, it really makes commuting easy. And as Matt was saying, with the advent of electric bikes and scooters, like popping over Mount Vic is now very, very easy. So I think there's some real great wins that we should do. So I just don't ride, I just don't bring my car into town anymore. I just jump on my electric scooter, take it to meetings. It's a fantastic place. And because what's great about Wellington, it's an asset-light city. You can move down here as a young person in your 20s. You don't need a car. You can, make that decision not to spend money on insurance, parking, all those things. You can jump on an electric bike, electric scooter, walk, and if we think about that, I reckon this is just the best place to live and to work.
Fantastic. We do have some questions.
In a way.
Councillor Panner.
So thank you for your positivity and for everything you're doing, and also for supporting planter boxes, because I'm very keen on that and we're going to make that happen. Look, Matt, you'll know my question is going to be around user conflict around the green belt and how you think you can manage not bowling over walkers if you've got, your fast-moving bikes, because there needs to be sort of a place for everyone.
Yeah, look, I think, Iona, that I think the newer trails today are making it much more. We've learnt, right? I think we've learnt a lot from people having bikers and walkers going in opposite directions towards each other just doesn't make sense. And so, the things we're trying to do is to have a trail that you go down on a mountain bike, and that people are aware that that's a downhill trail if they go on it, and then a trail that people walk up, and if people go the other way in it, they go very slowly in it. It's known as a walking trail. So that's, as a general thing, what we're trying to do. And then in terms of trails that we're talking about for the commuter side that could be part of your commuter network, they would be, bigger, wider trails that were, lots of room and space for multiple users.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Hi, both of you. Just a couple of questions. As someone who will never go mountain biking, I can promise you right now. So for the commuter thing, you want to have new routes through the town belt?
Yes.
Yep. So because they would be sort of specifically going back to Iona's thing.
Yeah. So an example is that we've looked at and scoped out would be taking people from Wakefield Park in Island Bay through to Central Park at the top of Willis Street. That we can do a commuting, easy to ride, relatively flat trail the whole way and take all that traffic that might have otherwise gone from Island Bay on roads into the top of Willis Street.
Okay. And so are there any, because it sounds like a really good idea, just so you know, I think it's a great idea, but are there any statutory restrictions on the town belt for that kind of thing?
Well, not for creating cycleways. If we wanted to lay concrete in there, I'd say definitely.
So the cycleway would be kind of like compacted earth?
Yeah,
which is what the other ones
consistent with what's been built at the moment. But if you're making it a commuter one, you're going to want to make it wider, and you're going to want to make it more suitable for all sorts of people's access. People on all sorts of vehicles.
Mount Victoria would be a really good example. So there's already lots of trails through there, and with the advent of e-bikes, it makes so much sense to be able to sort of go from Haitatai straight over the hill. It's almost no effort now on a bike. It's just a natural thing to do, but you've got to pick your way through, and there's a lot of conflict. So for not a lot of money, compacted earth with some really good draining, some nice signage, that would be such a great way to connect people from town over to that side. And I think it would be huge, people riding through there, getting some nature on their way to and from work.
Okay.
That's the second one we've got. Yeah.
I know that's
We've got one more question from Councillor Paul.
Morning. I was just wondering, do you think I guess the thing I was worried about is the native trees and stuff that get ripped up sometimes to make new trails, and I know that's just a minority of that mountain biking community. So I probably don't have time to get into it, but I'd love to have a cordial with you guys about how we can prevent some of those nurseries being ripped out to create new tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and just on that, we came and saw you guys a few years ago and talked about building another trail or two in the Pole Hill region, just at the top of Ara Street. And so we've been building tracks in there for the last couple of years. And as part of that, we've planted 16,000 natives.
And we've just done this in Queenstown as well. We've just funded the Wynyard Bike Park, and as part of another project, we've planted 16,000 trees on Mount Dewar. We diverted the team to put 1,000 trees right into the bike park, so we made it beautiful, but also so the young bikers felt that it was their house and they were part of restoring the forest. So the great thing about biking, it's very eco and it gets people into nature, and we're finding those access paths and getting people
Due
in
respect, we have gone over our time. I know we could probably talk about this for a long
Come
time.
along in 2 weeks on Thursday, 5:30 prefab.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to invite Rob. It's actually 10 minutes we are allowing. Rob, welcome. We are allowing 10 minutes on the basis that you've also speaking for Kilburnie residents and I think another residents organisation you indicated. Okay.
What page is that?
The page, I'm sorry I don't actually have it, but we can get that. It's right at the very end.
It's all right, it won't help you very much anyway. Morena, tēnā koutou, katoa. My great aunt was a famous woman suffragette. If you go and Google her name, you'll find out she's Emmeline Gould, and so it's lovely to see the results of her work. And there's so many women working around the table these days in leadership positions. Fantastic. I asked to speak in my submission to the Mayor and a full complement of councillors. I find it absolutely unacceptable. People getting paid $111,385 a year, and a deputy mayor and a mayor that get paid more,
So,
that
Rob,
you are not here to hear my submission.
So, Rob, we will ask you to speak to the material that you covered, and I believe you had some stuff that you wanted to tell us about the library and Civic Square.
Yes, I do.
And,
I have lots to
sewerage.
tell you, Madam
Okay, thank
Chair, and it would be appreciated if I can speak for 10 minutes
That's right.
uninterrupted. I think I have
But it
that
must
right.
be on the topic.
And before I start, before my time starts, can I say this? 3 times I have asked to come before your Strategy and Policy Committee in the last 3 months. 3 times that democratic right has been denied. In the last week, I've been mucked around, 3 times had my time changed to make a simple submission to you because I care about this city. Changed. Even as late as having to come in here twice physically in the last 2 days. It is not good enough. Okay? I care about the city. I love the city. I represented it for 10 years. I've worked in it for 45. I run a business in it, and I'm a responsible citizen. I love the city. So here's what I've got to say to you. I would like to state that I fundamentally oppose the 13.5% rates increase for 21-22. This council has lived outside its budget for more than 20 years. You failed to look after the infrastructure. Let me focus your attention on 2 numbers. Your current borrowings, does anyone around this table know what they are? No, blank. $650 million for 85,000 ratepayers, 5,000 of which are commercial. Your annual income is $550 million for approximately, as I say, 85,000 ratepayers. You voted 2 months ago to go to 225% of your annual income. You are living beyond your means. There are too many dream projects. You need focusing as a board of directors, which is what you are. I oppose the continued shift in the differential. This council went at great pains more than 10 years ago to switch that to a fairer system of 2.1, 2.4. You're going back up to 3.8. That's not fair. It affects the businesses. Have a look at the number of empty shops around. You've also forecast ongoing rates of a 5.77% increase, compounding every year for the next 10 years. That is way outside inflation. It is way outside. You look at the low interest rates, the lowest in probably 50 years. I would like to see more value as a ratepayer for the dollar. I don't think that's unfair. I would like to see more partnerships from you people. We always tried to groom those where you're not paying for everything yourselves. I would like an example of a partnership. I was there when they signed the treaty settlement in Shelley Bay more than 10 years ago with the Minister of Treaty Settlements, Finlayson, at the time. I remember the comments of the Chief Executive, of the head of that trust at the time. Your then Mayor and your then Chief Executive jumped in their cars on a unique day in history and walked away. You had the opportunity a number of months ago to go into partnership with that iwi. Some of you chose to change your votes. I'm not going to mention any names. I find that disgraceful because you've created yet another grievance for the iwi people of this town. And I have huge respect for them. And unlike most of you, I've been around there helping them out for the last 3 months, 4 months. Not some tentative or cheap shot of going and putting up a tent pole just to have your photo taken. If you care about those people and you care about their future, you get a bit serious about it. But what I will tell you about is this. This same council got rid of the Maori subcommittee. It got rid of its MOUs with Ngāti Toa and the Tents Trust. Yeah, I'm the corporate memory of this council, if you like. I can tell you what happened. It's nice to see a move back that way. Projects. I love cycleways. I cycle myself, but you're doing things the wrong way. You have no idea some of the things that you're doing and how bad they are. You can afford to spend $14.8 million alone on a cycleway less than 2 k's long on Cobham Drive. Have you done your homework? Have you been to another? Have you done your homework? No, you haven't. Go to Hastings. They built 100 k's of cycleways on the outside of the roads like Island Bay used to be, that disaster you created in the Southern Ward, for $1.1 million. 100 k's of cycleways. That's value for money. You can cycle around that city and feel safe. I'm not against cycleways. People just misunderstand the whole issue. I think it's a great mode of transport. That's one good example where you could deliver better value for money instead of your Rolls-Royce solutions or building things as a tribute to yourselves. The boat ramps, you ignore them. Hundreds, thousands of people fish in this city and enjoy the recreation and the beautiful bays, the 14 bays we've got in the city. What have you done about the boat ramps? What have you done about toilet facilities at those? You need to stick to core infrastructure, and we'll get on to that a little bit more. Water pipes. Yep, you can't see them, so you ignore them. One of the companies I work for has asked me to tell you about these things. The infrastructure, the tree infrastructure, and we're talking about movement of transport around the city. Tree infrastructure issues. There's inadequate tree clearance. The bus stop lead in and lead out is inadequate. How many of you have got a bus licence or even been on a bus and experienced what it's like and seen the damage to those current vehicles that you've invested tens of millions of dollars in? Bus lanes are too small and insufficient width for buses to operate. Poles and street signs are too close to the footpath, so they damage the buses all the time. It's not the bus drivers, they're driving big LVs and EVs, if you even know what they are. I predict that you don't. And so the infrastructure gets damaged and the buses get damaged and people potentially get damaged. There are no bus stop markings and the buses need to, where the buses need to stop in the middle of the road because of some of our topography. Corners of the streets. You're smart up in Churton Park. You've rounded all the corners so the buses can go round properly. You've had a look at the big tandem axles. These are the things that you need to be drilling down to instead of passing an infrastructure budget like they used to of $180 million in the blink of an eyelid and saying, aren't we a good bunch of people? We did that in 3 days. You're not doing your job. Main rating projects and core infrastructure pipes should be a priority for you above anything else and above things like convention centres. Taxi stands. Here's an example. I talked to the chief executive of the taxi company the other day. Here's what he said to me. We need 2 car parks in Waring-Taylor Street. Very good press article. Yeah? They offered this council recompense in terms of financial stuff to cover the cost of those. No, you weren't
Just
interested.
to let you know, there's a minute left. Thank you.
So we've talked about that. Now I want to talk about general governance. I've been disgusted the last couple of months. I was the subject of bullying on this council like you can never imagine, and you never can imagine how that affected my life. That will have its sequence in front of the Ombudsman and the police as of next week. You were told about it, you ignored it. I had 36 conversations with the Mayor over the last 6 months. A councillor made a code of conduct complaint. I have read that investigation report and it reminds you very clearly of your duties under Section 41A of the Local Government Act. If you don't know those, you need to learn them. What I will say to you is this. I do not like being lied to as a person. I never did as a councillor.
sorry, Rob,
I'll
but
just finish up. Thank you.
Well, a
I
few
said
seconds.
uninterrupted. I'll just finish up. Okay, your complaint from that councillor was absolutely correct.
Okay, you're out
And
of
when
time.
I tried to raise those
The time
issues
now,
with you
Rob,
the
thanks.
last couple of months,
sorry,
you
Rob.
ignored my requests.
Okay,
You did
thank
so
you very
at your
much.
peril.
Thank you very much for your submission. We did appreciate hearing your thoughts on that related to our long-term plan. Thank you.
Yeah. You need it.
Right, next up we have the Newtown Residents Association. We have Rona Carson. Rona? Yes, they did actually. So we'll move on to Erina. Is Erina there?
Kia ora tātou katoa. I'm Irina Papp and I'm a long-time resident, born and bred in Wellington. I even live next door to where I grew up. Unfortunately, my children will never be able to afford to do that. Firstly, I want to applaud you on a courageous plan that looks to the future and recognises we're at a cusp in time where either we invest or we slowly deteriorate. So congratulations, wonderful plan. What it needs now is investment to put it into action. There's 3 things I'd like to talk to you about: climate change, quality affordable housing, and investment and ways of doing it. Firstly, climate change. Unless we act and address this, there will be no future. We owe this to our children and our grandchildren. Many of us have had good lives with all the benefits of resources, and across the country the investment hasn't been made. We need to change how we live, we need to change how we build, we need to change how we travel, but most importantly we need to start and put investment and act on it now. Otherwise it's just more hollow words. So I speak for my children here. Secondly, quality affordable housing. Wellington is unaffordable for families. It's unaffordable for young people to live independently in quality, safe housing. We've had a lot of apartments built, shoeboxes all over the place, buildings converted to substandard housing and apartments. This is where council needs some courage and some standards. To live sustainably in the future, yes, we are going to need medium and high density, but that requires a different way about thinking about housing and how we build. We need to have communal spaces, shared green space, different ways of building, but also quality. And quality doesn't mean cheap or cutting corners. We can see the consequence of that in all the substandard converted apartments around the city. So I would really encourage you to learn from cities that have done wonderful things in an effective way. Berlin, Malmo, Toronto, we need to look differently, learn from the best. And that requires standards and not just more of the same. So lastly, investment. All these things hurt money, and we've heard a tirade about the terrible things about spending money. Well, my tirade is we're in a terrible situation because we have not spent money. Our infrastructure's falling around us, we've got social divides, our housing's in shocking condition. Yes, we need to invest, and what I'm encouraging is, yes, rates will need to go up, but not just rates. Council is in a great position to borrow at remarkable interest rates. People far more learned and clever than me are saying that's the way we should be funding infrastructure. And I would really encourage you to do this. So we're at a key point in time, and either we go forward, we invest, we make courageous decisions, we challenge our prejudices and assumptions, and look at how we do things differently. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. You do have, Irina, you do have time for questions, so I'm just, and there is one from Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Irina. Just on borrowing, so I think we are planning to borrow at 225% of our debt to revenue ratio. Our maximum allowed is 300%. And the reason why we're not borrowing to the maximum is because we've got things coming which aren't in the plan. Let's get Wellington moving and so forth. So do you think that 225% is a prudent approach?
I think it's cautious, and I don't know that it's time for caution. I think there's an issue in terms of a policy issue with government re-looking at that ceiling, and good for prudence because it will assure some of the more nervous, but I personally think we've got bigger issues that need addressing. And I'm hoping to be a Wellington ratepayer for a long, long time.
Thank you. I don't think, are there any other questions? No, but thank you. That's been very interesting. Thank you. Right, we'll move on, please, to Roland Sapsford. It's Roland, thank you. As an individual, you have 5 minutes, and that does need to include questions from us, if you wish.
Kia ora tātou and rangatira. It's nice to see you all here again, and I always say I appreciate the time and energy that people put into local government. It's really hard work. I've known enough councillors to know that. Some brief comments. First of all, just around Te Tiriti, I really would encourage the council to shift from seeing the relationship with mana whenua as an obligation as more as one which is an opportunity to build relationships and partnerships which can transform the relationship between Māori and Crown mandated governance. You have the opportunity to actively help citizens understand the full history of the district and engage in fostering positive relationships between mana whenua and those who live in their rohe. You also have the opportunity to create new ways of working around natural resource management. So I just really want to support and encourage that. And in the context of the annual plan, that stuff takes time and money and resources, and you need to put that in the plan. My general comment on borrowing, for those who don't know, I have postgraduate economics qualifications. I would say that, as others have said, this is an excellent time to borrow, and you need to push local government on the borrowing ceiling. Effectively, if you look 10 years forward, the size of that debt will seem a lot smaller, and what people will be asking is, what did you do with the money? Did you think about our needs? For those reasons, I've listed in my submission a number of things I support, and I don't want to repeat things because I want to talk about housing briefly. But I would say I think you should seriously consider the option for the proposed base build in relation to Te Ngāhu, because I think you are underestimating the costs of a public-private partnership. There's a lot of work done in Australia around this, which suggests the long-term costs are sometimes higher. The things I'd like to briefly touch on, creating a safe, accessible city. Cities which focus on the needs of women, children and those with disabilities are generally great places for everybody, so I strongly support that approach. I support the introduction of 30-kilometre-an-hour comprehensive zones, but you need to extend that to arterial roads. It's worth remembering before we had 30-kilometre zones that everything was 50 kilometres an hour, so I'm not quite sure why everything can't be 30. It is just safer. There are some concerns about what people call rat running. In peak times, that's driven by the volume of traffic, not by the speed limits on the roads. And in off-peak times, that is driven, you really don't want people racing through the city late at night. That's actually what drives everybody mad. So I'd just say I'd encourage you, I really support that, but encourage you to be courageous around the scope of that. The main thing I want to talk to you about in the time I've got left is housing. And specifically the fact that the missing ingredient in housing is thinking about the land which is underutilised. There is a vast amount of land in Wellington that is vacant, used for parking lots and occupied by low-quality post-1960s commercial buildings. When I say vast, me and a group of people have started doing this work in a few selected areas. In 1/4 of the area you would think of as Adelaide Road, there is room for approximately 600 60 square metre apartments. That is allocating 1/4 of that space to green space. That is assuming an average height of 5 stories, not 8 as is currently being built there, and that is protecting heritage and the existing large commercial buildings. Unless you walk around the streets, you really underestimate that, and my concern is the council has done no assessment of that across the city at all in the last 4 years. So my submission is basically that you should put some money into operating expenses to do that sort of work, to look at why that land isn't developed, and to facilitate faster development on those sites. Because if you can increase the rate at which vacant and underutilised land is developed, your housing issue goes away. And the council may also need some capital to put in there. And so my suggestion is that you also put aside some capital to be part of public-private partnerships in there. That's me. Thank you.
Unfortunately, you've probably run out of time for questions, but that was a very articulate and well-reasoned submission.
Thank you. Cheers.
And we know that there's more that we can refer to in your written submission, so thank you, Roland.
Okay.
So now I would like to invite Rex Collett to the table. Thank you, Rex. As an individual, you have 5 minutes. It will go quite quickly. And if you wish to allow time for questions, that needs to be incorporated into the 5 minutes. I'm happy to give you a signal at 1 minute if you would like.
Clock on.
You've got it on, okay.
Kia ora tātou, I'm Rex Collett. I'm a person of generation, I'm in my mid-70s. I've been a resident of Wellington for 25 years and raised a family here. And like a previous speaker, they will not be able to afford to buy the house I live in currently. That's a concern to us, should be a concern to all of us. I want to talk really in principle about what I've observed happening in Wellington and how I'd like to see you thinking differently about how we do things. And I am going to be talking about expenditure and the need for it, because I'm embarrassed to say that my generation has supported austerity politics in the city, and it hasn't done our children any good. And so I'm talking for the future, not for me, for my kids and for their kids. And I think I'd like to see us starting to think about cities differently, and about the built environment, and about the impact on that, and about what that creates. The built environment is really important to how people feel about the city they live in. It's really important in terms of mental health, about you feeling that you live in a place that's beautiful, where you can move safely, where there are spaces where you can actually congregate and talk and socialise. There are places where kids can be. And I've seen that in other cities around the world. I don't see us looking at opportunities for doing that in Wellington. We are talking about, increasing the density of living in the city. this topography of the city actually provides more opportunity than problems. I look at the city and I think and it's a bit like the previous speaker really, who's been looking at it in terms of where we could build 5, 6, 7, 8 stories without putting shadows across current residencies. And there are places in the city you can do that. I look around Lyell Bay, I look at the cliff faces, I look at places where the sun goes, and I think there's a way we could analyse the city to work out where we could build places that were high density, beautiful, places to live, near parks where kids could play, where families could go, but they would not be casting awful shadows across the neighbours to the extent they do in some place like Herne Bay in Auckland, so where I did live once. So I think there's a different way of looking at things, and we need to. I also want to I go back to my point about austerity and minimalist thinking, and I know we always seem to be responding to the naysayers. Oh, rates will go up, blah, 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 we can't spend money, we're spending too much. And I'll give you an example. Currow Drive, we had an opportunity there to trench that. At the time, they wouldn't spend the extra 40 million. I believe that was the sum to do that. Now think about that in terms of what we could have done with that space. Auckland currently is building its inner railway. They're actually going to build apartments over where they've now got holes in the ground. I mean, what a wonderful thing to do into that space. We had the opportunity with Currow Drive, and I'm just using this as an example. I want to see more of these examples thought about, and that we could have had an avenue of trees through there over top of that. It split the city in half. We could have actually used that to get some capital. The council could have actually built apartments or whatever above that. So I would like to see us thinking differently about those things. Oh, and on that point, can we go backwards? See, this is the point about not investing enough in the present. As in the future it becomes too expensive to actually undo what we've done in the past. Well, look at Bilbao. Bilbao City, you all know about Bilbao, the Guggenheim, etc. Bilbao made the brave decision to destroy a $2 billion motorway that split that city. They decided that they needed to do that if they were going to get the benefit from the transformation they were creating that in the city. They were brave enough to do that. Are we brave enough to make similar decisions here? Trench that. If we trenched Currow and if we trenched Gusney Street, we would probably not need to do anything but a basin reserve. Because I've timed it. I've looked at how much time it takes to stop at the lights going across that part of it. We don't call it the bypass, we call it the impasse. And that's what it is. And you just have to do the sums like stuff, and I wish our road planners would do that. Each time you stop at those lights, you're cutting the traffic to the extent that you would not need, if you got rid of those, an extra tunnel, for instance. So who's thinking about this? These bottlenecks that are the problem. And I think, how much time have we got?
Just under, actually.
So then thinking about the built environment and getting more diverse people into the city. It's not a city where families will live at the moment. We need to be, why are we building a countdown? Why have we allowed a countdown to be built down there on that land, down at the bottom of the city, where we perhaps make a primary school? Because we're getting increased inner city living. But you're not going to get kids in there unless you have a place for kids to go, or places where they go safely. I've stayed in Berlin in one of the modern high-density complexes there, built around a courtyard. We stayed there for a week or so 2 years ago. It was beautiful. Kids played in the middle. They had facilities there. It was safe. They probably had 200 families in there. We're not thinking about where we could put those sorts of things.
You will need to wrap up. We've come to the end of our time, and no time for questions, sadly. But thank you. Thank you. Next up, we have Donald Mackay. Donald, are you in the room? No. Okay, so we will move to Owen Hughes. Welcome to the table, Owen. As an individual, you have 5 minutes. That does need to include questions. Would you like a signal at a minute left? You're fine. The time is up there as well.
Okay, well, thank you, and kia ora, councillors. The long-term plan is a beast of great complexity, as I'm sure you're all aware. And when I was looking at the documents, I thought there's been a tremendous amount of work put into this. And I just want to acknowledge that I know that your staff have done a tremendous amount of work on this. It's a difficult thing. However, I just want to focus on one small point of that. Oh, sorry. I want to focus on one small point of that complexity, because sometimes little points are the ones that drop off at the bottom. And my concern is about the new library and how it needs to be made as accessible as possible, not just to meet the minimum criteria, but to meet best practice. And I was looking through the documents, trying to find out from the cost estimates just how, whether that's been allowed for, and I couldn't find anything in there. Now I thought maybe this is because we're just at the conceptual level at this stage. However, it's important that these things get included, because, as I say, they just drop off at the other end. So, and they get included early. And what I was just going to suggest to you is that I really hope that you're going to consult your accessibility advisory group on this at the earliest possible moment, just to make sure that these issues of accessibility are actually built into the building specifications at the beginning. So, and that group, that advisory group, might not have all the technical know-how, but I'm sure that they will know who does. So that is my point. I just encourage you to use your own advisory group to make sure that this issue of accessibility gets the attention that it needs.
And the minute you said that word, Councillor Matthews had a question.
Thank you so much, Owen, and I completely agree with you. So one of the things we have done is incorporate in the whole process universal design. And so we moved that right at the beginning to include that. And so we are looking at opening up, there's a lot of opportunities to make the building more physically accessible. It hasn't been so far, but I'm just wondering if you have any specific ideas. We are thinking about it, and AAG and disabled people will be part of that conversation. But if there's any thoughts that you have about how we can make the library more accessible.
No, nothing specific. The main point that it gets in there, and not just at the conceptual level. The conceptual level is very important, but it's the detail. It's the making it happen. That's what I'm interested in.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Well, I think you've made your point extremely clear, so thank you, Owen. Yeah. I don't know if we're able to have, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so I don't know if we're able to have Regan. Or whether we'll take a break. Okay, so we'll take a break until 10:45. Just before we do that, I do need to move a motion that we appoint Councillor Matthews chair following the break. I'm moving that. Do I have a seconder? Okay. Goodness, I think it might have actually been Councillor Young that I saw first. So that's been moved and seconded. We'll just quickly put that to the vote. The motion is that we appoint or ask Councillor Matthews to be the chair following when we resume after morning tea. Just for today, yes. It's a Yes, it's just for today because neither myself nor the Deputy Chair is able to be here this afternoon. So with that, we can break for morning tea. We'll resume at 1:45. Thank you, Councillor Matthews.
We are going to start again. We have on Zoom Regan Dooley. Regan, you have 5 minutes as an individual. Welcome.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I want to specifically address cycleways. There's been a lot of lovely, positive cycleways submissions already, and I tautoko that, but this isn't going to be one of them, so apologies in advance. If you've had a chance to glance through my submission already, you'll already know that I strongly disagree with you consulting on cycleways in isolation, rather than attempting a more holistic discussion about urban mobility and transport shift. I find it ridiculous that you can declare a climate emergency and also know that transport produces over 50% of Wellington's carbon emissions, but the only part of your $1 billion transport capex budget for the next 10 years that you choose to consult on is the 12% proposed for cycleways. You put cycleways funding up for grabs while not even asking the public to consider how the vast majority of transport capital budget gets spent, which is actually where all the emissions are. But what's done is done. And despite the natural disadvantage of not being the council's preferred option, you got an absolutely clear message back from the public to spend more money on cycleways, 68% for option 4. So the vast majority of people who care enough to make a submission on your LTP support spending more money on cycleways. A lot's been made of the council's need for financial headroom, but we know that you've also received a lot of pushback about that. I'd like you to consider that it's not just financial headroom that you need, but political headroom, legal headroom, reputational headroom, and that you are already way short of those things than you think. The legal threat to the council around climate change is real, and the political threat is real. In fact, what this consultation shows is that it's not the rates hawks that you should be worried about getting organised, but quite the opposite. Wellington's a progressive city, and if you decide to ignore the results of this consultation and go down a fiscally conservative route that we can see now has not served us well in the past, I think you can expect some blowback from that. The financial conservatism around cycleways makes no sense anyway. Your own website trumpets the fact that every dollar spent on cycleways delivers up to $20 in benefits. Information which might reasonably considered very significant to the public's understanding of this issue, but which you did not include in the consultation document. Wellingtonians will spend $13 billion on owning and running cars over the life of this long-term plan. And we're sitting here debating whether to spend an extra $100 million over 10 years on cycleways, which equates to an extra $20 per annum on a $4,000 rates bill. That's 40 cents a week. The amount that households spend on cars is so vast, in the region of $12,000 per car per year, that any spending on cycleways only needs to reduce household transport costs by a fraction before it's paid for itself. And that's without even considering all the other benefits. Reducing the number of trips that need to be made by car is one of the biggest economic boosts a city can give its citizens. There's approximately 700 kilometres of roads in Wellington, about the same in footpaths, and 30 kilometres of cycleways. So you can also spare me the platitudes about needing to balance priorities or that option 3 is still a great deal for cycling. It isn't. We're too far behind. The current transport network is completely unbalanced. It is dominated entirely by dependence on the least efficient mode, the private car, and it's actually hostile towards cycling. In the past decade, you've built less than 20 kilometres of new cycleways, covering about 2.5% of the network. During that same time, over 600 people on bikes have been injured on Wellington's roads, and I was one of them. That's more than one a week. More people have been injured riding bikes in Wellington in the past 10 years than have bothered to make a submission opposing the budget in this 10-year plan. So who are you going to listen to? Who are you going to say, we care about you too? I know there's some concerns about deliverability, but you cannot deliver what you do not even plan to deliver. And it's clear that the vast majority of people making a submission want you to at least try. Deliverability is just a question of priorities, and you need to send a clear message externally and internally that this is the plan and these are the new priorities. And by the way, it's fine to note deliverability concerns and let the public respond to that, which they have. But if you're now saying that option 4 was never going to be deliverable, then you've breached the Local Government Act. Because if you knew that, you should have said that. You set the parameters of this consultation. You put option 4 on the table. You've heard what the public think. And now I think you have to deliver that. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Regan. Thank you. Sorry, we're out of time for questions. Thanks for your submission.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
I'd like to now call to the table the Ōwhiro Bay Residents Association. As often guests, you know the drill. You've got 10 minutes, including questions. Thank you.
Have a group of 5 representing our community, of which 3 of us will be covering our submission sections. My name's Catherine Skinner. I'm currently the president of the Wellington Bay Residents Association. Eugene Doyle, Angela Robinson, just gone right. And with me we have Alison Forrest and Sue Reid. So I'll kick off because we've got a short period of time. We hopefully have allowed time at the end for questions, which we would welcome. So my first piece is around decision 4, first to 0. My first comment is it's an admirable piece of work. However, in acknowledging climate change, we must also acknowledge the effects of it, most obviously of which is weather, and we must also prepare for seismic movement. Therefore, resilience. Resilience, not only for our community, but for all of Wellington. It must be an initiative in the LTP. It needs to be called out as its own section. We believe that the LTP does not cover this, except in small paragraphs in interesting places. Resilience must be a focus in its own right. Wellingtonians want and need to know our communities will be supported and what systems are in place to keep services, for example, power, water, sewage, going in the event of a breakage or outage. How do Wellingtonians know if our council is prepared? We don't. We need to know what the immediate support systems will be and then what the medium to long-term permanent fix and approaches will be. In addition, what capabilities do communities need to have in place to support each other? So to answer this, we request resilience is included in the LTP and long-term plan. So might be a section that is kicked off. In terms of our own community, we desperately seek support to assist with our resilience initiatives. As per the recommendations in the E-Coast report, we request help with the following. Grading of the beach. History has told us that this will be an immense help and with limiting the effects of future storms. Yet 1 year after our big storm last year, nothing has been achieved, or very little. And that's despite repeated requests. Our community also contemplates the issues of insurance. What would the consequences be if options for reducing the effects of storm were not implemented? Would insurance companies seek to recompense from the council for failure to act? Capturing sea movements, we would like camera installation and video capture similar to Lyell Bay to support identification of longer term options to protect the community. Investigations on structural improvements in the footpaths and seawalls. We would like hardening the resilience and critical points, especially the bridge, which is an essential vulnerable asset that needs serious assessment and consultation with the community to ensure the gateway to Red Rocks is secure. Glassy messaging to date from the council tells us that budgets have not been formally secured for this work. In fact, we understand that currently there is limited or no resource available to work these requests through. We've been advised that one issue preventing the budget approval is the setting of precedents. Well, we believe that the ship has sailed on this and it's simply an excuse of inaction. We are now at the point where we are pleading with you to listen and action on this. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Your great work for the city, it is appreciated. It's great. I'm just going to make 4 general points. It's great that the roving crews Know Your Pipes team are now in the Ofera catchment, and that's really awesome. Really appreciate it. That's a great thing the city's doing. What I want to make sure, however, is that the Wellington Water and the city press on and get the job done, because remember that the Ofera pilot is a pilot, it is a prototype, and we want to see that catchment cleared in 2 years so that it becomes a citywide process, catchment by catchment. So just encourage you to make sure that you've got sufficient investment to get the job done and really have a big win for the whole city. And talking of citywide, I think that one of the main things I want to say to you about Decision 1 investment and fixing the pipes is the difference between option 2 and option 3. Option 2 being the preferred option, and our concern is that it may not be of a scale to meet the historic nature of the challenge, and that what could actually end up happening is you have a very good program to address the issues in the CBD, but you don't have funding of a scale to measure it with the task, the historic task. And this is a great moment for the city because you've got a public who are fully aware of what the scale of the problem is. So seize that moment, spend big on water infrastructure. Training, it was really interesting today. There was an article in the Herald saying that Wellington Waters can't get enough staff. I've actually heard from your officers saying, hey, we can't go for option 3. There just aren't the people out there. Well, our response to that is that actually the city needs to seriously tackle this one so that we actually scale up the human resources, the people necessary, so that we actually recruit, train, retain the staff. And it's those sort of soft things that are actually really, really big. So that's the third point. And then the final point I just very briefly want to make, being an old mayoral task force person like a couple of you, is that we want to see more action on the recommendations of the mayoral task force, particularly in respect to water-sensitive urban design. We love things like the warrant of fitness system, where we'd see houses not being transferred until there's a warrant of fitness done. There's more detail in our submission on all of that, but I think we're kicking on. So thank you very much. That's from me.
Kia ora. So I'm talking to Decision 7, a solution for reducing sewage, sludge and waste. It's absolutely primitive, filthy and disgusting that much of our waste at the southern landfill is sewage. Victorian solutions for a capital city in the 21st century must cease. Resilience must also reflect short-term policy and strategies, clearly segueing and signposting long-term strategies, that the council meets the Tiriti requirements and sustainable, environmentally sound solutions. This is not clear in what has been put forward thus far. Burying sewage in the landfill, a lack of strong leadership on zero waste targets, because lots of waste is needed, must cease. Having a sewage dumping ground and a landfill on the doorstep of Wellington's unique eco-tourist destinations, Taputaranga Marine Reserve, Zealandia, and one of the few remaining ecological tohangas, our Ōwhiro stream, demonstrates negligent kaitiakitanga. So OBRA wants the sludge to be divorced from the landfill, not decoupled, divorced. We agree with option 4. We want visibility of the Mile Point project budget allocation in the long-term plan. We want visibility on environmental impacts and interconnectedness of the landfill extension minimisation proposals and Wellington City Council zero waste vision. No deceit by omission, please. No smoke and mirrors. These are parallel and codependent projects. We do not want by default or indeed covert or overt planning to become the rubbish destination for the region. The southern landfill, access to which is through a densely populated urban streets populated area with urban streets that are narrow is no longer a suitable location or solution. We want a strong and robust plan for reducing all waste forms, a coordinated Greater Wellington approach that is 10 steps ahead of urban intensification. There's a plan that's very weakly utilised. We also want Wellington to become a zero waste literate city, the zero waste capital, with landfills repurposing to become state-of-the-art recycling shopping destinations. And we want this co-designed. Ate Marie, tātou katoa.
Perfectly timed. Thank you very much for coming in. Sorry that we've run out of time for questions, but great to see you. Kia ora. And I'd like to welcome to the table Lawrence Collingborn on behalf of the Onslow Residents Community Association. Welcome. You know the drill, 10 minutes, including questions.
Look, I've come with a Thank you. Beg your pardon. In this long-term plan, and yet the long-term plan does not have in it substantial costs that are almost certain to occur, but because they can't be quantified, weren't allowed in by the auditors. We suggest that that is irresponsible because those costs are not funded through this plan. Let's be realistic about this. Public sector workers in Wellington are on a 3-year pay freeze. What would happen if every one of their service providers put up their prices by 48% over the next 5 years? They would need a 25% pay rise in year 4 and a 25% pay rise in year 5 just to stand still, wouldn't they? Does that put the 48% rates rise in perspective for you? Look, it's tough times, and in tough times, the tough get going. We don't want to see the vultures descend to grab even more of the corpses. Okay, the unquantified liability in the LTP I estimate to be about 3 times the size of the 7 key decisions you've asked for consultation on, and they're in our written submission. I'm not going to refer to them in this one. Our perspective is that Wellington is already a paradise. Okay, it's not so much scuzzy as congested. But if we want to pursue ideals for this city, it could go bust. We're asking for authenticity. Look, we've got rotting infrastructure. We've got rotting housing. We've got jammed up transport. We've got unsafe buildings and businesses without customers. But it's still a paradise. We want an LTP that fixes the paradise, please, not one that kills it off with lip service to some new ideals. We want it to be affordable and achievable. So in light of this, we're asking for 2 things. One is, please be authentic about the future costs, because they need to come down. We can't afford them. And secondly, let's be authentic about making Wellington prosperous for everybody. Do we know what a catch-22 is? According to the film, if you want to go home in wartime, you have to be insane. But if you ask to go home, then you're clearly not insane. So nobody goes home. Well, the catch for the LTP, the catch-22, appears to be that to be validated, it's got to be auditable. But as this meant taking out large, unquantified risks and costs, the LTP is invalid, but this time for the rather scary reason that the costs in it are wrong. They're too low. Let me explain 3 areas of cost that I see. First of all, the LTP has about pro rata replacement costs for the 3 waters, point made by the previous presentation. No serious catch-up of the backlog of the 4 billion replacement value is in it. So we know not enough maintenance has been done over the decades. The question is how many decades at $750 million each are we going to have to catch up? And we don't know, do we? But it's not going to be 0. Secondly, the LTP has only got 0.3 billion of the 1.4 billion of council costs for Let's Get Wellington Moving. 1.1 billion aren't in it. Although last weekend, Welly was in gridlock. I was down here on Saturday and Sunday, and the whole place is just jammed up, right? So there's no doubt that we have to get Wellington moving. But where's the money in the LTP for that? The other thing is the LTP only contains 3 years social housing costs, not 10. And it says social housing will be insolvent in June 2023. Where's the money in the LTP to solve that problem? So do you see my point? There's billions of dollars of costs that you're looking at coming down the track that is not funded in this LTP. Where is it going to get funded? Is that from more rates rises? So talking of rates rises, I just want to say that some people suggest that Wellington has low rates. Well, I looked up my daughter's rates in Auckland on the web. I didn't ask her. $1,800 basically, $1,874. Today in Wellington, the rates on the same RV, rateable value, are $2,289. So Wellington city rates are 18% lower than Wellington is today. But next year, Auckland city rates will be 24% lower than Wellington's rates. So how do we make this plan have a cost, how do we reduce the cost in this plan? Well, we've identified some proposals in our written submission. But perhaps the more important question is, how do we make Wellington more prosperous? Because it takes prosperity to be able to afford to fix the paradise. Okay. And the first thing is a prosperous region has excellent infrastructure to enable economic development. That's what every country does in the world. When the mining stops in the UK, we've got to replace an entire industry. What do? We improve the infrastructure. Well, currently, if I Google travel times, public transport takes 2 to 3 times longer than personal transport. It's only for those with time to spare, right? If we want to increase mode share to make public transport a major provider, we'll need 2.5 times as many buses and trains. Are these in your LTP or the Regional Council LTP? No, they're not. They're unaffordable. Are cycles the way to the future? Now we can have electric cars. I'd like you to think about that. At present, just 2.8% of people who commute into Wellington use a bicycle. 2.8%. Cycling is a minority sport. Tell me, though, if a new bicycle comes along for $5,000, which has a built-in raincoat so you don't get wet, an entertainment system and air conditioning, would you buy it? Sounds very attractive, doesn't it? And, oh, you don't need to pedal it. Even more attractive. Well, that's because you can buy one next year in China. Of course, if you brought it here, you'd have to take the the badge off like you do with all those big flash expensive cars. Oh, because it says it's a mini car, because it comes with 2 extra wheels for free. That's right, an electric car for $5,000 next year in China. It was shown at the Shanghai Motor Show. I think the people who buy those cycles might be coming to you at the next LTP and asking for wider cycle lanes. Look, thank you for the opportunity to present. It's a very simple point.
Thank you, Lawrence. I think we've got time for at least one question. Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you. I just wanted to ask a question around, part of your submission was about costs being too low in the long-term plan, but then another part of your submission was about rates being too high. How do we reconcile those two things? If we're looking for more investment in that space, should we raise rates to accommodate that?
Well, you might want to put your hands up and say this is an apparent contradiction that can't be solved. But my point is this, that we can't afford to spend money on new things while we have these outstanding liabilities with our paradise. We can't stoke it yet more. We have to find cost reductions because we're looking at an even bigger expenditure than you've got in the LTP at the moment. And if you're coming to residents to fix that, we need to change the story.
Thanks, Lawrence. We're out of time, but thank you for coming in. And Ray, it's your turn. You've got 5 minutes as an individual, including time for questions.
Working? Right. I've spent most of my working career in working for multinational companies, 3 American companies, 1 British and 1 German company. And in each of these companies, I've worked on multi-million-dollar projects. And in each of these companies, we always have a budget. Every year, we set a new budget. And when our revenue doesn't match our budget, we need to cut back the budgets. And so what they do is, invariably, with all these companies, they have a freeze on spending. And so every single thing is actually looked over very, very carefully so that it's only approved by the highest authority if we want to spend any money on it. But it seems to me that councils and government don't follow these budgets at all. What I believe we should be doing is only spending money on the essential things and the remedial things. Now, I heard our friends from the Hario Residents Association talk about what they actually need, doing with the seashore and the things at Red Rocks, but I think that certainly we should be fixing the drains, we should be fixing the water that everybody needs. It's an embarrassment for the city to have broken pipes and sewage floating on the streets. But every other project should be put on hold. And yet, I look at the council and over the last 6 months or so, there's still councillors coming out and bringing in their projects and saying that, look, let's spend some money on this. And I've heard it said that, yes, but these are only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands when we're dealing with multi-million-dollar budgets. And that's actually correct, but you have to start somewhere. You have to put a freeze on all projects until you actually get the budget to balance. Last week, I met with the Napier City Council and the Auckland City Council, not about their long-term plans or anything, but I was actually doing business with them. But invariably, the question about long-term plans and costs came up. And Auckland City Council was actually very interesting that they have a completely different view to the costs or the issues that they actually need. And certainly, they have pretty much the same problems that we have. Their rush hour starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and doesn't finish until 8 o'clock. So they certainly have traffic congestion there. But they have a very different attitude towards rates. They're very concerned about the rates continuing to go up, and as Lawrence mentioned, they're actually lower than Wellington's, but they tried to restrict those from coming up. Now, they told me that they originally had planned a 3% increase, and that had now gone up to 5%. But I was speaking with Councillor Calvert just down at coffee 15 minutes ago, and she said that she thought that increase was actually in addition to the increase that they planned. That wasn't actually highlighted at the meeting, but what it shows is that determination to try and keep the rates down for their ratepayers. So my view is that all these projects that we're looking at, and I'm not questioning the value of them or how much people would like to see them, but I think that these should all be stopped, just same as any other business. They should be stopped until, or put on hold until the council has the money. it's senseless to continue on spending, and it seems to me that there's been no let up in the spending of projects that people want. And I'm guessing that a lot of the speakers here, we only just arrived a little while ago, but I'm guessing that a lot of speakers here are coming out and asking for things to be done, for the council to contribute towards them. But now, where do you actually stop? There's never ever going to be enough money to do all the things that people want to do. And we do want to improve the city for everyone, but at what cost? Things like the Civic Square, Civic Square project, the library, I think all those should be put on hold. I believe that when I did my submission for the Central Library, I believe that should be passed over to, or should be sold to a developer. Let the developer build it, let them take the risks on it, but lease it back, lease 4 floors or 5 floors back for the library. And that can be done in perpetuity. Now, the council has very, very good cash flow, but they don't have capital assets. So that would save the council borrowing on making more loans and increasing rates to actually build these projects. The council is not good at developing and running projects. So leave that to the experts who can do it, and at a lower cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. We do have a few questions. Councillor Day.
Kia ora, Ray. My question for you is, Council has listened to your sort of advice in the past, and we had someone come this morning and tell us that austerity has not helped the city and it's actually got us into this situation. What do we tell our kids if we take this approach when in the future they've got an even bigger problem in front of them?
I think the answer is actually that you tell your kids that you're trying to be prudent, you're trying to be fiscally responsible, that you're trying not to spend the money that they're going to have to pay off, because they will. If we don't pay back these loans, we can't pay back these loans immediately, the money that we're borrowing, it's going to be left for future generations to pay. So when we have kids, we teach them right from the start to be responsible with their money. This is what money boxes are for. We give them an allowance and we say, if you save that money and you put that money towards the things that you want, we don't teach them from a very young age that, oh, you can borrow this money, or you can spend money on things that you can't afford to pay for. That's what I do.
We'll just have one more question, and Councillor Pannett.
Yeah, I just want to follow on from Councillor Day's question. We have enormous threats from climate change, earthquakes, inequality. So if we kick it down the road, what are we going to say if 1,000 people end up under rubble on an earthquake because we haven't invested enough money in, or we haven't invested enough money in our water infrastructure? So what are the consequences are you seeing of again keeping the rates down?
Yes, I understand what you mean, and I do appreciate that that these things may happen, and that every city is facing the same. Sorry, every city that's exposed to earthquake risks is exposed to the same issues. But if you continue to spend, if you mark out these projects and say that, oh, this is really important, we need to spend the money on that, perhaps you can. When I said that the council should only be spending money on remedial work and on the 3 waters, of course, then perhaps that could be justified as being one of those projects. But how much of it? Now, I know I had a meeting with the Greater Wellington Regional Council a little while ago, and they said that the Wellington City Council was actually bearing the disproportionate amount to fix the seawalls in the Wairarapa and the Kapiti. Did you know that the Greater Wellington Council is also sponsoring the Palmerston North to Wellington, I don't know whether they call it a Manawatu to Wellington train, at the rate of $110,000 per passenger per year on that train, and yet the Wellington City Council is subsidising that. Now, I know that that's a Greater Wellington Council issue, but this is what the Wellington Council
Right, I know you're in full flight, but I am going to cut you off. I'd like to thank both you and Lawrence for coming in. Lovely to see you. Thank you. Councillors, we now have a break, so if you've got any more questions for Ray, I'm sure he'll be happy to answer them, and we'll come back at 11:45. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I did arrive exactly on time to be able to talk, but because it's so efficient out there, they're like, she's not here. Because I went, am I late? He said, I was about to call you, and I said, am I late? And he went, no. And I went, okay. Okay, so my name's Linda Betson. Most of you will know me. No surprise about what I want to talk about, just very briefly. I want to talk about cycling. Now, obviously, transport is a really integral part of a beautiful, livable city, and I live in the central city, so I've lived here for on and off since 1987. I love Wellington, and there's things about it that are just really amazing and that I'd like to be built on. One of the really great things is that we're quite a constrained city. We're constrained by the geography, so houses are kind of built all up the hills, and it's quite, everything's quite close. You can walk in Wellington where you just wouldn't think of being able to do that if you live somewhere like Auckland or even Christchurch, where things are, really, really spread out. So if we want to have a livable city, we need to have really good transport options for people, and people who are close enough and have the desire should be able to have good public transport, should be able to walk and have really good levels of service, and should be able to bike. So to that end, I'm really keen on option 4 for the cycling, because there's a whole lot of people like me. I've been biking around since the 1980s, and so I fall into the category of maybe slightly mad, that I'm going to bike whether it's safe or not. I'll kind of take the risk, but there's a whole lot of people out there who are not like those of us who are already biking. I mean, I get scared quite often, and I get off at intersections, and sometimes might ride on the footpath, but I'm not at all gung-ho, but I am already out there. And there's a whole lot of people who are going, well, I might bike, but it's too dangerous. And I completely understand that. I've got teenagers now, and one of them wants to do lots of biking, and I'm actually really anxious about her biking over to her job at Pack and Save in Kilburnie. And so now I'm actually finding that I'm wanting her to take the bus, which is ridiculous. It's an easily bikeable place, and it should be really safe. And although I feel safe enough to do it, I'm not confident that she has got the skills and the sort of situational awareness on the road to be able to do that. And if I knew that she could go on a safe, connected, separated cycleway, I'd be really happy. And everybody is better off if more people are choosing active modes of transport. There's fewer cars on the road. There's less impact on the health system, that people are healthier, they're feeling better, they're fitter, mental health is better. And for those people who do need to travel by vehicle, there's actually more space. So until, it's great, some of the things that we've got, I love the new light round the bays, cycle lane. When there is a cycle lane, I will always use it. I'd love to be able to comfortably bike out to Petone in the weekends, but nothing on earth would ever induce me to ride on the road out there. Actually, I've done it once, and that was for the Paul Norris Memorial Ride. But then there was like about, 600 of us, and so that was fine. But normally I just wouldn't do it. And the bit where you get to the end and you have to walk your bike or ride against the traffic is just completely ridiculous. It's not really not really an option. So yep, that's all I've got to say. I want to get more people on bikes more often, more better infrastructure for people walking. And better ways for the buses as well.
Yes, go, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask if you've been abused on the road by drivers, on particularly being a woman?
I have. Yeah, I have. Sometimes it's just, get out, find a cycleway and get on it. A couple of years ago, I had made a
police complaint after somebody got out of their car on at an intersection on Cuba Street and came towards me, kind of being really aggressive. And luckily, I was just thinking, oh shit! I'd taken a photo of him because he'd been a dick. Further up, he'd pretended he was going to trying to like run me down, and so I'd kind of shouted at him, which there may have been a bit of language. And then when he got to the next intersection, which was a red light that he was hurrying to get to, I took my phone out of my pocket and took a photo. And then he saw me doing that, and he got out of the car and started running towards me. And I was just like, but luckily a young guy had seen it happen further up at Vivian Street, and he came running down and started shouting at the guy and intervened. And yeah.
Thank you, Linda, for coming in, great to hear your submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Kia ora. I'd like to welcome up Nau Mai to the team from Huataupara. Welcome, and you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Get the mic there, mate. Thanks for having us. Kia ora, everybody. I'm Stu, this is Dan, this is Sloan. Firstly, I just want to thank you all for spending your day in here. I know it's an epic day. It's a really nice day outside. I know you'd all prefer to be at Lyle Bay surfing. And also thanks to all of you for your support in the park project to date, including us in the draft long-term plan, the funding to date, and the commitments. It's fantastic. We really appreciate that. There's a real buzz in the local community. People can't wait for the project to be completed. Just the other day, the three of us were meeting at Maranui in the morning to prepare for this, and people were coming up to us and asking us how it's going. So they're pumped, and so again, we thank you for getting us this far. We're pumped. It's going to be a real gem for the community, and the more deeply we go into it, the more quality it becomes. It's going to be iconic, and it's going to be a destination for both locals and Wellingtonians and people from all over New Zealand and the world when they come and go from our city. So we're here because we wanted to take this opportunity to give you an update on the progress since we last met, reiterate the continued local support, the project progress since we last showed you the plans, and encourage you to help us get this done as fast as possible so the community can get out there and be on it. So I'd like to hand you over to Dan, who's leading the design of the project, to talk you through what's happened since we were last here.
Right, thanks, team. So I just want to quickly do a quick refresh. Next slide there. Here we go. In terms of the principles of what we're trying to achieve on the site, as a recap, so we've got the car park on the right, a service hub next to that, and the idea of this elevated walkway that's going to go along the edge and enable everyone to access a viewing platform, and then a mixture of recreational space. So that was the principal ideas behind this. We've since this had the space surveyed. Next image there. And this is really critical in terms of establishing what we actually have as a context for the site, understanding the existing grass banks, a formal record of trees, and understanding those site boundaries quite specifically so we can work with what's actually there. And so we've fed that information back into the concept to start getting it more accurate. And what it's enabling us to do is to actually respond to those specific elements on there, whether that's the higher section of the site, the actual trees themselves, trying to work around that established bush and planting. And that's actually making it a bit more organic. We've also been focusing on making sure we get the proportion of just flexible grass spaces right. There was some feedback around trying to put too much into the space, and so actually maintaining more open area for just general play. But with the site, we're actually looking at working with the contour in the middle there. You can see we've got the proposed accessible ramp, which will go all the way up to the top viewing platform. And that was a key thing for us. If we're genuinely wanting this to be an inclusive space, then we actually have to deliver that. And not only does that, I think, important from an objective point of view, but quite exciting in terms of a design point of view of having this element that will go through and up to that top platform. So Well, other progress we've been making recently is getting the site surveyed, a petrometer test, which is testing the soil conditions. We understand the foundations for the design itself. We've engaged specialist designers for the skate park and the pump track. We've had initial investigation underway with the potential for lizard presence on site and what are the correct procedures for that. Initial engagement around the archaeological context of the site and making sure we respect the history of this area and understanding what is actually going on in the background. So for us, they are fundamentals for understanding this project, and we've been working very closely with Parks and Reserves to make sure that's been done properly. So we'll just skip through quickly another one. So quite a lot of focus is going into this area here, and in particular the changing places proposed toilet, which is where we go for a fully accessible space. And that's now been implemented into the design so that we're getting a fully operational space, which gets us the changing platforms, the hoists, etc. So that's where we're at currently. In the next couple of months, we're looking at obviously ongoing developed design for the park, ongoing dialogue with iwi. We've got booked in for pre-application meetings for the building consent team, Wellington Water, drainage, traffic, etc., nature play development, and the ultimate one in the next couple of months is actually getting this properly costed and an understanding of where this thing sits and how we manage that as a team going forward. So I guess for us, what's critical about this is that with this broader understanding of design, process and costs, we'll be in an informed position to finalise that scope of work for the park, finalise documentation and commence procurement for the appropriate contractor. So we're moving quite quickly. For us, this process we've been on will continue to carry out is a great example of a community council collaboration where effective decision making and clear communication is going to deliver a fantastic result. We hope that the drive behind this project will encourage a streamlined approach to the funding of the project.
Cool. The clock's. I guess a few key points. Got a really good team. Deliver the project. Cool. So again, we want to thank you for supporting us so far and getting us into the draft long-term plan and the funding to date and the support from you, but also the Parks and Spaces team and other people within the community. We ask, based on this, without any complaints to the funding and support we've had to date, our one ask for today is that if you can, given the community support and excitement around this project, you try and fund all or at least more of it in the 1 to 3 year plan as opposed to the 4 to 10 year plan. So that's our one ask for today, and we compel you to do it.
Okay, I have a couple of partai. Yeah, ready to go. Councillor Day first.
Oh, kia ora koutou. It's really exciting to hear about the buzz in the community. That's really awesome. I think the process is as important as the product in some of these about bringing community together. I saw in the plan it had something about permeable surfaces, and obviously you've had a bit of a thought about then water sensitive design and the environment. What's the what are the plans around that? Because it's quite interesting to see that included.
I think it's, given that where that context is, coastal environment, the fact that it is a green space currently, the more we can consider permeability and mixed use spaces, the better. And so, almost everything is going to be either elevated off the ground or integrated into the context and planted. So we're envisioning overall to be a very, very green space. So, right.
And we have one more question from Councillor Rush.
Yeah, guys, thanks very much, and really appreciate the work. Just wondering, at one point, I think we were thinking about getting some private sector sponsorship or funding or something. I'm just wondering, have you started those sort of conversations in the community at all?
It's a good question. I guess we've always focused on this being a council-funded project primarily. There's opportunity to distribute some of the costs, especially the working costs, on-site builds, materials, things like that, to community like Bunnings is right next to the park and so on. As you know, we've talked with WILE in the past, Wellington International Airport. They are supportive of the project, but it hasn't been high on their priority list at the moment, given everything else they're dealing with. So and the short answer is no, we haven't got anything locked in or dived deeply into any of those, but it's always been on the framework should we need it, should we need to go down that path. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Sean.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for coming in, and it's great to hear the update on the project.
Thanks, team. I hope the lunch is good.
And I'd like to call to the table Stephen Minto. No, my Stephen, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to raise 3 points. There was a request for extra pipes, and it all understanding that there's some sort of underfunding crisis for a very long period of time. Media's reported that mayors finger pointed to others, well, everybody involved with the underfunding. But this is a disgrace. It's undermining democracy. The elections were fought, lost on debates over fiscal prudence and staying on essential matters as opposed to nice-to-haves. But if they weren't spending on the pipes, what was it going on? And obviously, big question for me is it rate reductions? Is it something else? I don't know. And it's about transparency between the words, what people say, councillors, accountability, and the actions taken or not taken. And this is a huge gulf, and we don't seem to know much about it. There seems to be in the media, I don't know from your council's point of view, that we've moved on. So that reflects poorly on the Fourth Estate, and particularly the Dominion Post, that has been longer standing in the information on the Fourth Estate on this issue. Therefore, I think because of this problem that we've got, we actually need to find out more. We actually need an independent investigation. There could be somebody in Victoria University who's quite willing to take up a contract to do something like that. We can't change the past, we can't change the decisions, but if we understand it better, we can do things like improve the way how the 10-year plan is worked out and understood and articulated. We could work out, there's a lot of things you could do and investigate as to how to improve accountability. And of course, the other aspect is there may well be some shame if we identify those, particularly previous mayors, because they have the highest profile, they've had the prestige of office and the salary, and if they haven't delivered for the city like they were supposed to do, then they should, that transparency is the basis of accountability. They should be held accountable. And if there's some shame, that would be salutary to the rest of the councillors and accountability. But the main thing is what we can learn out of it in changing processes. So that was issue number one. Second issue was the provision of social housing. It doesn't appear to be a major feature. It's not one of the new items coming up at all. Obviously, there's a failure of the neoliberal focus on market to deliver housing, adequate housing across the board. It doesn't even have to be social housing. And the council has traditionally had a strong role in provision of housing. So, and many people are actually still ratepayers by paying it through their quite exorbitant rents that they have to pay. Now, no future council will be bound by the 10-year plan because it's a democracy, but it would seem wise that the council does move in that direction and put aside something towards social housing. So that was the second. So the third issue was about changes to fees and user charges. Now, related to this is there's it relates to the use of land in Wellington, and it links to social housing. But like there's huge areas in Te Aro across that major area, which is sort of the heart of the city, where there is poor, low-quality land use, like between Victoria Street and Cuba Street, there's huge fields of car parks, flat. It's underutilised land. And back in the 90s, I think it was, there was a significant change in the rate burden from businesses paying rates to residential ratepayers. So it's a significant change in the way how rates were calculated. I can't remember the exact date when it happened. That appears to have encouraged a lot of land banking and low-quality land use in the city. There's no economic driver, a cost, for holding, not a large cost. So if there was a larger economic cost on the holders, they would try and intensify their land. And to protect heritage, you could make exemptions for heritage. To protect housing, you could make exceptions for the provision of housing. There's a desperate need for medium density, adequate quality housing. So a shift in the rates that would increase the amount that business units pay.
Sorry, Stephen, we're pretty much out of time.
I'm actually finished.
Well, perfect. Thank you so much for coming in. It was great to hear from you.
Yes. Good.
Thank you. I'd like to call Anna Collett to the table.
Sorry.
Thank you, Stephen. Welcome, Anna. Have a seat. And as per the other submissions you've seen, you've got 5 minutes, including some time for questions if you'd like to take any. Thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Anna, and I was born and raised in Wellington City. I returned to Wellington last March after years overseas, and the city has changed in ways which have alarmed and depressed me after exposure to effective megacities such as Vancouver. One way in which your plan is sorely lacking is direct response to climate change. We now have overwhelming scientific evidence that if we continue on our current trajectory, we will not be able to keep the climate within a 2-degree rise, and this threatens our species with extinction as early as 2100. As I only have 5 minutes of your attention, you can make effective changes by increasing public transport and making it free or highly subsidised, having stricter bylaws on our landfill systems, invest in commercial composting and more recycling facilities, and change our city planning to be more high density and designed in a way that supports our local communities to grow and thrive. The new apartments which have been springing up around the city seem to have no thought to them. They are ugly, do not foster neighbourly behaviour, are largely not accessible, are not environmentally sound, and are expensive to boot. Given that our population is only going to continue to expand, I implore you to think about the kind of residents we have in our city. Large, expensive, thoughtless high-rises only support landlords, the wealthy, and privileged young professionals. They ignore that the heart of our city is supported by our children, our service workers, our creatives, and our essential workers such as firefighters, construction workers, and nurses. These are all people who need safe, secure, central housing in which they can connect with each other to keep Wellington as the tight-knit, creative hub that Auckland aspires to be. Look at apartment complexes around Canada or Sweden. They have large, attractive communal areas for neighbours to congregate or rooftop gardens, and are often close to libraries, kindergartens, and schools. They are designed in ways which are climate positive, meaning that they reduce global emissions, and they are welcoming places for families to live. Another critical part in making Wellington back into a livable city is increasing our green space. We have virtually no green space in the city centre. Our city is threatened to be solely composed of huge, ugly high-rises, and countless studies have shown that this has a negative impact on our citizens' trust of each other and their sense of connection, as well as our mental health. As a country with one of the highest suicide rates in the world, I think it's safe to say that we just don't do enough for mental health. Livable cities make a big difference to our mental well-being. Compare Tokyo and Vancouver. Vancouver has beautiful buildings, lots of trees, and a public park on basically every second block. The heart of Tokyo, in comparison, is largely built up. Block after block of huge grey buildings and flashing billboards. It was hardly a surprise that on my first day in Tokyo, there were 5 suicides by train. We need to invest in our citizens' well-being and our carbon footprint, not only to keep Wellington livable and a desirable destination for tourists, but because it's the right thing to do. Wellingtonians have always perpetuated to care about one another, and it's about time that our council took action to make this a reality. Are you courageous enough to make an investment into our city, to make it livable and sustainable with a thriving local economy? Or will you fail like those who have come before? The choice is yours, to create a positive future for our children and the youth of the city, or to see it erode. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Anna. We have a question from Councillor Paul.
Thank you so much for your submission. I really enjoyed it and I totally agree. The only thing I was wondering was just your comments on the high rises, and I just think, like, from a climate perspective, how do we balance getting more people in places where they're close to walk to, like, their workplaces and ensure that cohesion that you're kind of talking about? So, like, how do we balance fitting everyone in with, you know, good climate solutions? Would you say, like...
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the most important thing is having stronger bylaws, having really strict restrictions on what kind of buildings people are allowed to put up. So we've got some buildings in the city which are interesting, ones which have walkways between them so neighbours can talk to each other, and ones in which the neighbours are completely isolated. If we look overseas, you can do things like rooftop gardens, and the difference between having a carbon neutral building and a carbon positive building is carbon neutral means that it doesn't hurt the planet. Carbon positive means it actually reduces emission. So if we have some kind of financial incentive or really strict bylaws, which means that building companies have to make their buildings, for example, with solar panels, so they can give back to the community and provide more resources for ratepayers. And also looking at things like integrating kindergartens, integrating libraries into these buildings, and having like large communal spaces, maybe mid-floor or ground floor, so people can congregate. And this is also a great way to encourage things like getting homeless people off the streets, getting people in council flats into flats they pay for themselves, and making sure our community is more cohesive and more diverse.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anna. Thanks so much for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. Kia ora. So the next submission we have is from the Newtown Community and Cultural Centre, and they're via Zoom, so welcome. Erin. Kia ora, Erin, and as an organisation, you have 10 minutes and you might want to leave some time for questions in that. Thank you.
Oh, I'm going to take the whole 10 minutes, I think. Kia ora, ko Erin tōku ingoa. My name is Erin, and for 4 and a bit years, I've been the Kaiwhakahaere coordinator of the Newtown Community and Cultural Centre. Ali couldn't be here today, and I'm actually sick. We have submitted on several aspects of the 10-year plan, and we ask that you please refer to our written submission for this. Because today I just want to talk about contract funding for community centres and community organisations, and our understanding that to fund some of the 10-year plan, our CPI consumer price index will be removed. I'm here to let you know why that's a problem for us in our sector and to let you know the realities of the current funding. And you guessed it, I'm here to ask for more money. So I'm employed by a private trust, the Newtown Community and Cultural Centre 2009 Trust, to manage 4 council-owned buildings: the Newtown Tool Library, Newtown Hall, Network Newtown, and our core premises on the corner of Rintoul and Columbus Streets. It's got 5 hireable spaces, many offices, and a CAB in it. It's currently closed for renovations, and we've got a temporary space at 2A Green Street that's now got about 3 hireable spaces. So the buildings that we manage are owned by Wellington City Council, and we gratefully receive contract funding to manage and run all of the programs and the buildings. I don't have time to talk about all of the projects that we run, so just to give you a bit of a wider context, I'll just mention a few that also get contract funding. So we've got a youth program, typically with a couple of staff and a few more when it's school holiday program. We get funding from lotteries and for MSD for the holiday program. We've got Smart Newtown, which has the equivalent of 2 full-time staff, and that's contract funded separately by Wellington City Council. We've got Wellington Time Bank, which has 1 part-time staff, which is also contract funded separately from Wellington City Council. Thank you. And we've got the Newtown Tool Library. It's just what it sounds like. It's a library for tools, and it's housed in a standalone building, which is council owned, NCCC managed, and really volunteer run. So we, the board, myself and Ellie, have raised the need for more funding with various levels of council many times. But honestly, often it feels like screaming into the wind. We really need Wellington City Council to understand and to hear us, because we're not going to be able to survive or continue to thrive with the current funding that community centres are provided. Because simply we're just not able to pay our people very well. One of our mandates from Wellington City Council is to provide cheap, accessible and quality venues to the community so that they have space they can use for their birthday parties, their community meetings, fundraising events, dance practices, whatever. We are funded to manage these buildings for this purpose. Our only form of income aside from grants is our income from hire. If we raise our hire rates to be able to pay our staff more fairly, then we're no longer achieving these goals. In November last year, myself and Ali discovered that our wages were about $5 to $6 per hour below the bottom tier of the council pay scales for community centre coordinators and council community centres. We hold more responsibility. Wellington City Council coordinators don't manage staff, and we do. We chatted with other trust-run coordinators from around Wellington, and we learned that many were on approximately 24 to 26 per hour. And we saw a vacancy listed at a council-run community centre. Myself and Ali could move over there. We could earn the same amount of money each week, even a few dollars more, for a role that was 12 hours less per week and had less responsibility. So up until December of 2020, I was paid just over 26 per hour, while my colleague Ali was paid 24. This is managing 4 venues, 11 staff and multiple contracts between us. After a hard week of managing staff and volunteers, supporting visitors to the centre, often really vulnerable folks, doing funding applications, running community network meetings, working on the renovation project, which is a council project outside of my job description, organising community building events and booking and managing these 3 venues, I was taking home $610 per week and my rent was $210. I was doing really well at my career and not really having a huge amount to show for it. And I was thinking about where my future could be. Upon discussion about our pay rates with the board, the NCCC Trust Board decided that it was clear that the situation was unfair. In December of 2020, myself and Ali were each given a pay increase of $5 per hour to reflect our skills and our level of responsibility. This now puts us on or just below the bottom tier of the pay rate for council-employed community centre coordinators. So it doesn't really reflect our experience, performance, or the fact that NCCC is one of the larger community centres in Wellington in terms of venue management, staff management, and project management. And it also doesn't address the wages of our other staff across all of our other programs, of which we also want to see raised. The cost of the pay rise to our organisation is approximately $16K per year. Along with being told not to ask for more money, we've also been told by Wellington City Council that the issue of pay rates sits with the NCCC Trust Board, not with Council. But as mentioned, Wellington City Council are our primary funders, and an increase to wages cannot be sustained with the grants that we receive. Nor would we be successful in obtaining operational funding. It's not sustainable to rely on reserves for operation costs, and these reserves for many years have been tagged for our renovations project. They'll be spent in 2022. Myself and Ali are on 31.5 hours per week. We've hired someone to help with admin at 7 hours per week, but I estimate we require 85 hours per week minimum to be a thriving and healthy community space and workplace. We are not funded for that amount of hours. In the not-for-profit area, workers are often exploited and pushed to do more work for no extra money. We often do it because we care and because we know that it's really important mahi. Previously, I've done heaps of unpaid work, and I know that many of my colleagues in the sector do. This is not sustainable for workers or for the work that we do or the sector. We tell you all this because we're concerned as costs increase, but funding doesn't. Costs on both a personal level for employees and on a business organisational level. Wellington City Council talks about investing in its communities in various plans and consultations, but I do ask, is this reflected in the financial support for the organisations that are on the ground doing it? I'd like to ask a few more kind of rhetorical questions for you to reflect on. Do you think it's fair that community-run community centre coordinators are on a lower wage than council-run community centre coordinators? That while this pay rate is lower, the responsibility on non-council staff is higher, particularly with staff management and employment responsibilities? Do you think it's fair that the contract funding provided by Wellington City Council isn't enough to pay the other staff in these services a fair wage that reflects their qualification and roles? Do you think it's fair that the contract funding provided by Wellington City Council often isn't enough to provide the correct amount of hours per week for the job to be done? And do you think it's fair that until my board decided to dip into reserves, I was paid $26 per hour, hourly 24, to manage 4 buildings and 11 staff between us? As a young-ish person in Wellington, I'm going to have to leave the new town that I love if I want to live my dream of having a pet dog and a lawn for them to pee on. It's expensive here, and while I'm really blessed and privileged, especially with now that extra $5, I'm priced out, and I only have myself and my fictional dog to worry about. I could move to the corporate or public sector. Similar job descriptions are offering a lot more money. I have looked. So I've got options and I'll be fine. They're not options that I really like, but it's all good. But will our organisations be fine if the wages don't rise? We really need competent, experienced, creative, warm, switched on folks leading and working with our communities. And we won't get them or we won't keep them if we're only offering peanuts. When I look at the job descriptions of the experience and skills of what I'm asking employees to have, and then the money that I'm offering, I think that it's not fair, and I think that we have to support our people better. I'm not unrealistic, and I'm not asking you to drop heaps of cash to me right now. I just want to stop screaming into the wind, and I really want to open up these conversations because we have been trying to. We are on the same team and we are working on the same goals. So I'm just asking for your teammate to be listened to. I'm also asking, please don't remove our CPI. We need every little bit of coin. Also, I don't want you to think that we're not grateful for the relationship that we have with Wellington City Council and for the funding that we do get. We really, really are grateful for that. So, yeah, thanks for your time today and thanks for your funding. Yeah, good afternoon, Erin.
Thanks so much, Erin. It was great to hear from you. I don't think we have any questions anyway, and you've taken nearly the whole time. And I hope you feel better soon. Thank you. All right, our next submission, Marco from Generation Zero. Nomai, welcome to the table. And Marco, you'll know you have 10 minutes, including some time for questions. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you for having me here. I understand it's right before your lunch break. I had a lot of people to listen to, so I'll try to keep this brief. The thing that I want to start off with is that this is a 10-year plan, and 10 years takes us pretty much to 2030. And from a climate change perspective, that's a really important year. If we're going to hit our 2030 targets, we have to be ambitious. And we have to be transformational. And in Wellington, that really means to hit those targets is to take our transport emissions way, way down. So I think that's how your thinking should be shaped when you look at this plan, and everything else should flow from that. A little bit about the long-term plan submission. We did a quick submit for which 260 of our supporters used, which is really great. We also did a little stunt on Cuba Street with some toilets that we got from the tip shop and some bikes, and some people got some weird looks, but it sort of fit in with our slogan of a future that's not shit, literally. And so that was a good way of engaging with people, and there's some real interest out there in the key asks or the key decisions in this plan. So some good things, really like the fully funding of Te Ata Kura, that's the gap, and so it's important that we fill that gap, but it's also important not to lose sight of all the other stuff that is not being done by Te Ata Kura. Massive investment in Three Waters, that's also really good.
We have some really, really old pipes. We don't know how old they are and what condition. I think here, and our supporters were telling us, push even further, because I feel like there's no risk of underspending on water. Always go for more. And if we've got more people coming here, higher density living, if you're going to dig up that pipe anyway, might as well double its capacity while you're there. So I think that makes sense. And I think in 10 years' time, that industry capacity point will probably be moot. It's a long time. I think the industry can ramp up from there. Sludge, awesome, really good. Now we can reduce our waste once we get that fixed. Library and Civic Square as well, really key to get those public third spaces done. Some things that our supporters and we think should be changed in this long-term plan is first the funding. First of all, a really courageous rates rise. That's really important because there's been underinvestment previously, but that debt ceiling is too low. Interest rates are historically rock bottom. Rating agencies, some of the most sort of conservative organizations on the planet, not normally keen on spending, are begging you to spend money and invest. And they're telling you that with money that is really, really cheap to borrow. And a lot of economists are telling you that you're leaving much headroom from your 300% cap that's set by central government. And even just going another 10 or 20% gives you a lot more room to do a lot of things. You don't have to trade off against, wonderful people who come here and are just asking for a little bit. And it's really a false economy. If you don't spend now, it's going to cost a lot more later as well. And I know that there are some things that are unbudgeted, but remember, with council funding over the next 10 years, that stuff's not fixed. We're reviewing Three Waters, we're reviewing council funding. So show central government how much it actually costs, and then figure out the funding arrangements from there. What else? For cycling, I think that's an incredible turnout for this consultation. There's a lot of consultation fatigue in sort of the transport area right now, and it's really incredible that that many people came out and gave you a really clear mandate to go for option 4. I'm not sure why this had to be consulted on again. It was consulted last long-term plans, consulted again and again, but you've got lots of data points to show you that people really want to cycle, and all you need to do is go out east, go out, I live on Adelaide Road, there's just people whizzing past on bikes there, and it's vital infrastructure. It's not a nice to have, it's vital infrastructure that's used by all. Lots of other people have submitted, I won't repeat it, but this should really put to bed the myth that it's just middle-aged male men on road bikes who wear Lycra. It's a diverse range of people, and e-bikes are changing that, right? And if you get people separated from trucks and buses and cars, they'll only be a more diverse bunch of people. And it's just about providing climate-friendly options. We need more people to bus and to bike, and we really don't have a choice. We can't transport more people with cars. They're really space hungry. So we need to give people that choice and leave the roads open for the people who do need cars to use them and electrify those while we're at it. And it also makes economic sense. Option 4 is really only a small increase. And if we're thinking about comparing this tiny little increase for some really good bike paths out east compared to the enormous public and private costs of a car-dependent city, wear and tear on the roads, the cost of insurance, running a car, breakdowns, this just makes sense in my mind. And I think you've got the mandate, go out there and do it. So lots of time for questions or lunch.
Questions for Marco? Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Look, we've had some great submissions from waste advocates around looking at the way that we deal with wastewater and also, of course, stormwater as well. I'm just wondering, if you're talking about bigger pipes, are you interested in looking at more localised forms of infrastructure?
Definitely. I think, with hindsight, we know that the combined sewage and waste stormwater system was a big mistake. And the more that we can do to reduce stormwater loads on the system, that's really great. So when it comes around to the district plan, and we've already said this previously as an organisation, water-sensitive design is super important. I'm not really an expert on other things, but I think if you can reduce the amount of wastewater or stormwater that people are putting into the system, that just sounds like a really good idea. But ultimately, we do just need these pipes to be renewed, and while we're there, we might as well future-proof them. My opinion.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Marco, thank you. And thank you for your mahi around engagement. Like, that's a really awesome result. So I think I can say we all thank Generation Zero for the work there. So the question I have is around the LTP. I mean, it does take a lot for people to understand how and why this affects them, and it sounds like your engagement was very visual and caught the attraction. Is there some top tips you could share with us on how we might engage a little bit better to get those types of responses without going to get toilets at the tip shop?
Yeah. Why not? Why not? You can grab some.
True.
I think council puts a lot of resources into sort of quite traditional consultations, going out to, it's still great, not saying don't do that, but going out to sort of residents associations, community centres. And I think I've never seen council on all its consultations go out to the unis, to go out to the high schools. I think that would be an awesome initiative to go out there and really break it down. And I think a lot of people hear, and it's hard when you're in the details, but hear all that jargon and it's really off-putting. And so breaking it down to something that's a lot more simple for people to understand, more images, all that sort of stuff. But getting out there into the communities that don't have time to turn up to all these things. And it's difficult, but you just got to try your best. Yeah.
And we have a partai from Councillor Rush.
Yeah, thanks, Marco. So I get your focus on transport, but I'd like to understand, just looking at different cities around the world, the lowest footprints are those that have least reliance on coal-fired electricity. So do you think we should be doing something about getting rid of Huntly? Because it's putting on more and more coal, and that's going to increase our carbon footprint.
It's not really in our control, though, is it, Councillor?
It's still a fair question, though, isn't it?
It's not really relevant, though. Marco, if you'd want to answer.
Let me ask the question. It's a fair question. Thank you.
Councillor Rush, please calm down. Marco.
Right, no,
Climb all over me every time I ask a bit of an objectionable question. It's not. Thank you.
I've done some stuff in there. And we do need to address like peak demand, right? And that's where like gas and coal is useful. But the government's making big moves towards reducing the need for that. We see that it's like the battery power station sort of idea, pumped hydro. But most of all, if we're moving to a sustainable future, that's a future that relies less on moving really big objects like cars and trucks, right? And mode shifting to, less energy intensive rail, being close to where you work anyway and walking there, biking, taking the bus. So you see that energy loads actually should reduce into the future. And I think, the government's already working pretty hard on this. But in my mind, if we can reduce all the energy we use, moving people around, getting them closer to where they work, that should help.
Thank you for answering that, Marco.
Thank you very much, Marco, for coming in. We appreciate that.
Before we break for lunch, point of order. Councillor Rush, do you think you could apologise to the chair? I think raising your voice at her was really inappropriate during that exchange.
Thanks, Marco.
I do apologise, Madam Chair. I won't say any more.
Thank you, Councillor. We do expect our submitters to be relevant to the matter we were discussing, so I think it's a reasonable point that our questions should do so. And it's my first time in the chair, and so I'm sorry if you think people have been jumping down your throat, but it wasn't me, because that was your first question. So we're going to break for lunch now, and we'll come back at 1. members, do we have a quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yes, we do. Okay, we're ready to start again. I'd like to welcome Catherine Underwood to come to the table. Catherine, I know you've been here before, but you have 5 minutes. So you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, right. Hi, everybody. Oh, front page. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to present my thoughts on the draft long-term plan for Wellington. You'll be pleased to know I'm not going to speak to my entire submission. It was late at night when I wrote it, so I'm only going to talk about infrastructure, climate, and decision 3. Infrastructure. Pipes. The council needs to please forget about the vanity projects like remodelling Frank Kitts Park and fix the pipes to the highest standard and implement a proper asset management system so the position Wellington finds itself in currently isn't repeated. Whichever option you do choose, the council needs to include Karori and Owhiro catchments, and not to do so is a little bit opposite to the climate and environment emergency which the council declared in 2018. Roads. Wellington roads are in a shocking state. Some years ago, a piece of research showed Wellington roads were the bumpiest in the country, and not much has changed. Travelling Willis Street between Vivian and Bulcott Streets or through the intersection of Victoria and Manners Street is nasty at best. I'm not sure what happened to the western part of Raroa Road, but it's a bumpy mess. And then somebody cheap-sealed Broadway and Miramar. Everyone uses roads. Cars, trucks, buses, vans, cyclists, pedestrians, scooters, motorcyclists, skateboarders, taxis, emergency vehicles, etc. So I'd like to see you do something to benefit all Wellingtonians and fix the roading network. Climate change. I believe that Wellington is missing a fantastic opportunity to protect the night sky. It would be a huge plus for climate, biodiversity and the environment, all issues dear to the council. It would be so fantastic if the council took the initiative to make Wellington a dark sky capital. Sadly, not the first in the world, but it could be the second. This can be achieved by requiring all new streets, suburbs, developments, electronic signage as a starting point to have dark sky lighting. The council needs to have some blue sky ideas, and this would be an easy win for climate change. There are some excellent guidelines for LED lighting to stop light pollution on the International Dark Sky site. Tekapo can do it, so why can't we? Decision 3, cycleways. I'm not against cycle lanes, only badly designed ones. I have 2 vehicles, a van and a car, mainly for work purposes. In 2015, I purchased an e-bike and use it to gad about all over Wellington for work and pleasure on a daily basis. So much so, my mechanic thought I was fiddling the odometers because the mileage dropped substantially in a very short time. I'm not against cycle lanes, but I'm not a user of the Wellington cycle lanes other than Cobham Drive and a small section of Victoria Street, even on my human-powered bikes, and I cycle 80 to 90% of the time in all weathers. I'd rather take my chance in the traffic where I can be seen and verbally abused than use the cycle lanes as currently designed. Communities are divided and cycle lanes often make the space unsafe for every single other user, which is actually contrary to the Innovating Streets mantra, which is safer streets. The only option is option 1, to fix what's been badly done, including Island Bay, and not to do so is actually unfair to all road users and every single Wellington ratepayer. Wellington is not the classy city it once was, and having lived here all my life, and to my mind, it's being stripped of any dignity it has left. And I found this the other day, and I've adapted it courtesy of Tony Chen. As cheap steel and concrete replace bushes and trees, as highways and buildings replace streams and forest, what will replace the song of the birds? I am the change I want to see. Are you? So thank you. 48 seconds left.
Yep, so we've got time for at least one question. Councillor Rush.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. Can you just explain to us what a dark sky capital, what do you mean by that, and how does it relate to climate?
Climate change involves sea level rise. The impact of climate change is on the environment, ecosystem services, which is water, air and soil, and to introduce dark sky area LED lighting means that we'd be able to see the night sky, and there is a link, but I can give you, I can send you some links. Yes.
Very quickly, Councillor Young.
We'd be
what is the
Nui?
Who?
Nui. It's somewhere in Nui. Yeah.
Wonderful, Catherine. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'd now like to welcome up Jonathan Hendry from Bats Theatre. Welcome, Jonathan. As you're representing an organisation, and friends, as you're representing an organisation, you have 10 minutes. But if you want to leave some time for questions, that'll be within the 10 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Tapawanuku te moanga, ko Wairo te awa, ko Jonty Hendry toku ingoa. I grew up in a little place called Marshlands. About half an hour was a beach called Raurangi, and I looked out and dreamt of being an artist in Wellington, which I've been all my life. I would like to introduce my colleagues.
I'm going to speak first, and then Jonty and Sarah is here as a supporting member from our Governance Voluntary Board. Thank you for having us here today. For those of you who don't know me yet, I am Hannah Clark. I've been a resident of Wellington since 2003, and during that time I've worked across the public and private sector in administrative roles alongside freelance work in the arts. I was the director of the Fringe Festival for 9 years, growing it by over 200%, and I've worked with WOW, Cuba Duper, Lux, What If the City Was a Theatre, as well as at every single venue in this town, from the St James all the way through to the Newtown Cultural and Community Centre. I'm currently a teaching fellow at Victoria University. I teach arts management to postgrad students, and I'm also the partnerships and donor program developer at Bats Theatre. I'm here to speak specifically to the investment in venues and organisations that provide continuity and year-round activity to audiences, both local and visiting, and to the artists that build that content and the content of our venues and of our major events. Major events are a big draw card to the city. They test the robustness of our services. They bring vibrancy and economic boost to our retailers and accommodations. What places like Bats bring is a promise of a life the next weekend, the next time you visit the city. We deliver to the domestic tourism year-round. We deliver to local audiences and artists year-round. We deliver to making Wellington a livable city. We hold a kaupapa of accessibility, both physical and financial. So arts organisations are a vital part of the culture of the city. We are symbiotic with our major events. We are essential in the development of creatives, the administrators that facilitate those creatives, and in developing audiences that participate. Performing arts alone contributed $2.3 billion to the economy in 2018. That's according to the Ministry of Culture and Heritage. The sector matched or outpaced other sectors of the economy in terms of income, employment and value added. So furthermore, New Zealanders participate in cultural activities at least as much as in sports and other recreations. For Māori, arts and culture overshadow sports and leisure activities. Currently, we lose the majority of our arts graduates to other centres because the cost of living is so high in Wellington, and the opportunities to present work sustainably are slim. By investing in organisations that grow and support these creatives, Wellington City Council contributes to the well-being of the city. Regarding community infrastructure investment, we stand with Arts Wellington in their feedback around the importance of arts communities being well engaged in the development of the spatial plan, the redevelopment of the library, the reimagining of our major performing arts assets, e.g. the St James and the Town Hall, and the need to use our spaces effectively for the sustainable growth of our arts for social, cultural and economic well-being.
Kia ora, Hannah. just to provide a little bit more detail around the long-term plan and aspects of our submission. Regarding the 7 big decisions, we support a more cohesive and thorough consultation with the arts sector, in particularly Decision 5 and Decision 6. This is because both the public library and the civic centre development is inextricably linked to arts and well-being. They've been a home for arts and culture, and we're ready to assist in this exciting opportunity. One of the things that we have been speaking about in the Ahutini consultation we submitted to both is around this idea of partnership. And as Hannah said, we're ready to work with council around partnerships. We wanted to ensure that any place in Wellington invites, reflects and empowers all of Wellington's diversity. There is an aspect of the CPI as a multi-year funded organisation. We are strongly advising that the cut in the CPI that is proposed is not put in place, particularly as we have aspirations to be a living wage employer like yourselves. This is core to our ability to deliver, particularly in a COVID environment. We want to help create with the council better resilience and innovation in all our people. And this is, we feel, a counterintuitive measure, particularly at this time. We want to also stand with Arts Wellington around the questions around how a leasing or partnership arrangement in our redeveloped facilities may result in the changes in terms of costs for occupancy for arts and culture and social groups. We're really keenly aware, as Hannah mentioned, that we're part of the same community. So all the other aspects that we've spoken about around roading and around the bicycle lanes, we're aware that this is becoming a barrier for engagement with the arts, and speaks to the fact that despite the fact we have so many tertiary providers at a high level in this city, we have opportunities that we partner with Tāwhiri and with other organisations of building pathways. Wellington is not in the position that it was, say, 20 years ago when I was a lot younger and was working as an artist. There are barriers, and we are really interested in working with the council about that. So putting artists at the core of the conversations around affordable studio space or the repurposing of the St James or the town hall and the civic centre, we feel is really important. Also, the lack of a mid-sized venue discussion in the long-term plan is concerning to us. I look out the window at Bats and I see the absence of activity at the Hannah Playhouse. We've just been reflecting on the fact that when Jacob Rajan came to meet us recently about his new Indian Ink show, he's now doing it in a school. He's doing it at Te Awaha because that's the space that he can do it. We're conscious that we have boutique spaces. We are stepping out and developing ways that we partner in supporting artists and audiences, creating brave possibilities in Wellington. But we can only deliver so much within our spaces and, of course, in the initiatives online that we've recently been exploring in the digital space. So really, we're really open to working with the council, and these comments are said with an excitement around the general thrust of the long-term plan, and particularly Ahutini, but keep speaking with us. And, oh, by the way, happy Budget Day.
Oh, yeah. No, that's... any questions for the folks from BATS? Yes, Councillor Young.
So thank you for coming in and for all that you do in the arts sector in your wonderful building. Just thinking about Indian Ink. So, I mean, they have been in Te Awaha before. What was the problem? Was a Hannah Playhouse too small and you're too big, or?
We can't speak specifically to it because we're not producers of that production, but certainly from somebody within the industry, seeing one of New Zealand's preeminent touring companies coming through and performing at Te Awaha is a bit of a shock. I don't know why they're not at the Hannah Playhouse, but I know from personal experience that it is a very difficult venue, very expensive venue to make it work.
And in demonstration, Nicola, to that, we were approached by Indian Ink to support them in meeting the challenges of being in a venue that they wouldn't otherwise be in. So we've been supporting them around marketing and those sort of things because they know they are taking a risk in Wellington being in that venue.
It is a, yeah.
Yeah, we are losing touring productions because we lack that mid-size venue, and I can speak to that in my previous experience as director of the Fringe Festival. A lot of international touring companies just wouldn't come to Wellington because they wanted to be in a 300, 400, 500 seat venue. They were confident that that's what they could sell. Currently in Wellington, you can either perform to 200-ish people at Te Awaha or 1,500 people at the Opera House. And the costing between that is a risk share, or it can be as little as $50 a night at Te Awaha, and it's $5,000 to get the keys to the front door to the Opera House before you've paid for any of the compulsory inside fees associated with that.
Okay.
So it's really difficult, and we really want to support it. And we know that people are super keen to tour here. As our bubbles grow, we have Australians who want to come here that we would love to see here, because that work inspires our local artists' activity as well.
Yep. Councillor Simons.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah. Can you just go again over the costs to the Opera House, I think you said, and all the related costs, and just give us some insight into what that means for particular groups, and also whether we could utilise that space a bit better, because obviously there's quite a lot of evenings where it's not used at all.
Yes, and I know that there are a lot of people who would love to see it used more. So I guess my most recent experience of this was Amanda Palmer. We found out that she was playing at the Arts Festival in Auckland, got in touch with her agent. She was very keen to return to Wellington, but the only spaces we could offer her were the Opera House or 70 seats at Bats Theatre, which is a significant leap between. As far as the money is involved, so in addition to your getting in the front door, you are also required to pay minimum call time for ushers. You need house techs on site. You have certain equipment that you need to hire in, because it's just a shell. And it's not an easy space to work in. It's really not. And it would be wonderful if that space were made available in a different way. I've seen the Regent in Palmerston North, where you can just hire the stage and you put seats on the stage and you perform in that space. So there are really interesting ways of using it. It's a really beautiful venue.
And the region in Dunedin is also stepping out into inviting people to have the space for developing work as well, which I think is an important consideration with our facilities.
Yeah, and I know the team at Wellington NZ and Positively Wellington venues are very keen to find ways to make it work, but they are also hamstrung by their financial baselines.
Unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you so much for coming in and the offer to be part of these conversations, which I think we'd all be very wanting to take you up on.
Happy to meet with you at any time.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome to the table Claire Bibby from the Glenside Progressive Association. Kia ora, Claire. You know the drill, 10 minutes, including any question time.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm speaking about the proposed cycleway combined walkway along Middleton Road. I'm asking that Council consider an alternative plan and alternative funding for walking and cycling in the rural sector of Middleton Road. We've submitted from this for 20 years now, and it keeps getting pushed out because it's so expensive, and it's not going to get any cheaper by the time it's due in 2028. It'll probably be pushed out again. So my thinking is that when the funding is locked in with transport and infrastructure, they're locked into doing it to national standards, and they have a whole lot of guidelines which make it highly urbanised. And you're talking about a 2.5 kilometre length. If the funding could be ring-fenced and used as a combined walkway for recreation riders and walkers, it would still get you to the same destination. It would separate the fast cyclists who are always going to use the seal, and it would be cheaper, and it would be able to be built much quicker. And I've got some examples to show you, but first we're going to take you on a journey down Middleton Road. So Cyrus, if you watch the screen, or you can see it on your computers, I'll just talk to some of the points as we go. I dropped the camera there. So here we go. This is one of the pinch points. Pretty much you can put a combined walking, cycling, recreational route along here. That's one of the pinch points right there. And it's actually quite wide, and as you come up to this area here, on the left, we walked on the other side of that white fence. There's plenty of room there for walking. This is going 60 kilometres an hour, which is under the speed limit. If that fence was pushed in, that sight rail was pushed in towards the road, it would leave a little bit more room for recreational cyclists and walkers. This is another pinch point just coming up here. But there's plenty of room. It's deceiving. It dropped away there, and that's a constant problem. This has made it more difficult putting in this retaining wall. It's actually narrowed it. Keep your eyes on the left-hand side, because that's where all the room is, on that side, on the creek side. It's difficult to put a footpath and all the channeling and curbing here because of the constant erosion and the nature of it. But look how much room there is. And we're just coming up to the last pinch point up around the corner, which is a cutting, which was put in 1924. The road used to go around the outside of the cutting, and we think a walking recreational bike riding can still go around the outside rather than through this very tight, which is about 1.5 feet wide, walking through there with those vehicles. We know this site well because we've planted and done restoration planting all along the stream partnership with Greater Wellington. So if you can pop up the PowerPoints, that would be really good. So this is Middleton Road Rural. This is the gap between Glenside and Takapu at Tawa. So the issues are it's a tight rural road in a gorge between the cliff faces and the streams. The road's subject to constant erosion. It's got significant infrastructure under the seal and on the stream with no alternative route. And that infrastructure is going to need repairs and maintenance costs. Electricity, data cabling, natural gas pipelines, sewage, and I think there might be water as well. An urbanised solution is expensive and delays suitable outcomes due to high cost. So consider cost-effective alternatives, a recreational style route which can accommodate mountain bikers and walkers behind a safety rail or a sight barrier. It will be cheaper, it will be quicker return on cost, it will continue the plan to get people to bus and train to work and school. It doesn't hinder fast travelling cyclists who will always use the sealed road. They want to go fast, so keep them separate. And it safely separates the slow users from faster vehicles and cycles. And I've got some examples. Cyrus, do you want to flick up the first one? Is it up on their screen? Because I can't see it on the big screen.
You have a clicker, Claire?
I have a clicker.
Yeah,
Oh my God,
the power is yours.
Anyway, that's Timarua. So that's on the state highway going, where Timarua is on the way to Rimatakas. So that's the kind of walkway that could be done. That's right beside the stream and the state highway. So that's actually in an 80k speed zone there. And Cyrus, it's probably quicker if you click it than me. This is the one around Pawatahanui Inlet, and this is another example of how you can separate the walker from the road, but you don't need all this highly urbanised channeling, curbing, railing, etc. So I just think that if you just keep the budget with transport infrastructure, you're going to have something expensive that's highly urbanised, that sticks with they're restricted to doing it to the regulations and the national standards, which makes it expensive. But it's clear that NZTA can work in partnership with councils to do recreational routes which can accommodate bikers and walkers, and they do this a lot in the South Island. I went for a trip down there, and there's masses of work where they work in partnership together rather than sticking the budget with the transport and infrastructure team. If it has to stay with transport infrastructure, I don't know that they can actually know how to build these kind of routes. I actually don't think they know. So money needs to be ring-fenced and put in a fund and give it a name. Like, there's a lot of people being killed on that road or died, so it could be a memorial walkway, whatever, but give it a Te Reo Māori name that makes it attractive and makes it a special, separate project. Thank you.
All right, we have a couple of questions. The first from Councillor Sparrow.
Well, Councillor Sparrow actually has a couple of questions before we go to Councillor Day. Right, thank you for that, Claire. I think we're, certainly the Northern Ward councillors are very supportive of this being done, and would like to see it start next month if possible, but that probably won't happen. But look, just a couple of things that you mentioned about the fast cyclists wanting to go on the road. Well, at the moment, the speed limit is 70. Even if that was brought down to 50, that's still going to be faster than, there's not enough room for fast cyclists to go there at 30, 35 kilometres an hour without holding up traffic. What's your response to that? That's my first question.
The speed restriction will not change the behaviour of the drivers. It can't be enforced. There's nowhere for anyone, law enforcement officer, to park to pull over speeders for a start. I don't think anyone's ever been prosecuted along there. So lowering the speed will the only people who obey it are the people who are conscientious and will obey it. I think if you look into the research, you'll find the crashes of people who are driving too fast for the road, and they're not obeying the speed anyway. So I think speed needs to come out of the equation. It's not an issue. The cyclists on a sealed road will go faster than those on a recreational route, which I'm thinking is more for the mountain bikers and the walkers.
Okay. Yeah. Well, my other question is to put in some sort of shared pathway on the left-hand side of the road as you're heading south is going to mean 2 or 3 metres worth, which, and a certain amount of that is going to be cantilevered, and that's where the biggest expense is going to be.
I think you've locked yourself into what your transport and infrastructure people are telling you, which is the urban standard, which is 2 to 3 metres. Look at what's up there. It's 1.5, I think, not even 1. I think it's about 1.5 for that little that combined cycle and walkway. If you go back, Cyrus, back to the previous slide, that's much less than 3 metres. I mean, the road's only about 3 metres wide anyway. You're putting in too wide a path for the terrain.
But if it's to be shared, then you...
Yeah, for bikers, and it's 2.5 kilometres. It's not our Oriental Bay combined cycleway, so it's spread out.
Councillor Day.
Thank you, Claire. It's a really interesting proposal. I do cycle. That is my bike. My bike, actually, because you did it going from Tawa to Tudor Park, the cycle ride home is terrifying. Sorry.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Inside here, to that roundabout. And because there's so many blind corners. And I thought that's quite interesting because I actually would, as a cyclist, cycle on a different path to not be on the road. So I'm not one of the really confident road cyclists. But I'm just wondering, is there actually enough room the whole way along? Because you sort of can't tell because of
because they keep pushing the sight rail out, it was pushed out it actually made it harder for walkers. They'd rather be behind the sight rail. I think if you can get away from your urbanised standards, which are the 3 metres, which is ridiculous, Malcolm, because they can't do it. We know that. That's why it's not getting built. If you go back to something smaller and narrower like this, and it could be sealed. It could be sealed, but not your curbing and your channeling and all your fancy work that make it a great big dramatic high impact piece of infrastructure, which I think you'd probably still use. But when I'm talking about the fast cyclists, I'm talking about the groups that go together in about 15 to 30 and they go through in their racing bikes. That's the ones I'm talking about.
For me, what you're suggesting would be an improvement.
Well, yeah, it would be, and those cyclists are never going to use a combined cycleway. They'll always go down the road.
Just a question, is on the other side of the stream, what's the space like on there, and would that be a possibility? Or
that could be looked at. That's railways land, and that corridor is a lot wider than it looks. So people might think that the landowners over there, it does go in quite a long way, the railway corridor, and that's another option, and it doesn't have to be, once again, this transport infrastructure type project. The challenge there is getting them back onto the, it can be done, but getting them to the Takapiri railway station. There'd have to be an overbridge or something like they have at Pakokariki.
I'd like to thank you so much, Claire. Sorry, time's up. Thank you for coming in and for putting all that work into your submission. I'd like to welcome to the table the New Zealand Portrait Gallery, Te Pukunga Whakata. And you have 10 minutes as an organisation and any questions as part of that 10 minutes if you'd like some.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to convey the apologies of the Chairman of our board, Dr. Alan Bollard, and our Director, Acting Director at present, Brian Wood. They're both very taken up at the moment with preparing for next week's major opening of the exhibition that we're planning, the King Tuheitia Portraiture Award. This is, my colleague is a trustee of the board and our honorary treasurer, Mike Curtis, and I am Denise Almayo. I'm a volunteer on the management committee. So first of all, I'd like to thank the council for the support it's given the Portrait Gallery over the years. We've received regular contract funding since 2016. We'd like it to be more, but we are managing on $22,000 a year. It's about less than 4% of our operational budget. We raise the rest of our budget, 96%, ourselves. So the King Tuhetia Award, we're very grateful for the 50,000 that the council has given us for the Pōwhiri next week. It's going to be a major event. We're expecting over 600 people in the TSB Arena. So it's just a shame that councillors themselves will be busy with the long-term plan and can't attend. Sorry about that. And we're also very grateful to you for maintaining our heritage building on Wellington Waterfront, Shed 11. We're very appreciative of what Wellington Waterfront does. It was earthquake strengthened to 85% in 2012. And we have a very good relationship with your staff on the waterfront. And we also have a very appreciative relationship with the team, the arts and culture team on the council. So thank you for your ongoing support. We feel as a gallery that the priorities that the council has set in the long-term plan are appropriate and urgent and necessary, and we support them. What we wanted to emphasise is on the community outcomes there which underpin the strategic direction. We feel we resonate particularly well in all respects of what you enumerate there, and contributing to a vibrant, creative city and opportunities to connect, create, collaborate and explore identities and make Wellington a vibrant centre, a vibrant capital city, which has already got a reputation for cultural progress. We particularly support your priority objectives 4 and 6, which is a resilient, fit-for-purpose cultural space. We're on the Northern Cultural Precinct, which is expanding all the time with the Guinness building going up on Lot 9, and we are part of the museum walk with the Wellington Museum, which is undergoing renovations with your help. And that northern precinct is only becoming more popular, particularly if cruise ships return. It is one of the first stops that they take on their way down to Te Papa. We have developed over the years a strong relationship with Mana Whenua, so we fulfil your objectives there. We have a Māori representation on our board. We consult, we use Māori curators. We have this wonderful exhibition which is opening, a new nationwide initiative of the Portraiture Award, which has attracted over 128 entries. And the finalists are being installed right now, and it's going to be a spectacular show, I can tell you. So we've been going 30 years, and it's basically been started as an amateur operation. It's still largely staffed by volunteers with only 2.5 professional staff. We are thriving, we're dynamic, we think of things before others often, and we are an asset to the city, and we want to remain so, and we would like to appreciate your support in continuing to grow. Portrait galleries are a major tourist attraction in the capital cities of the world like London and Ottawa, Edinburgh, Washington, and we feel Wellington deserves to have a portrait gallery. Now, we're not trying to build a collection, but what we have developed is a collaborative arrangement with Te Papa and the Turnbull Library and other galleries around the country where we borrow from their collections and show them. So we are showing the Wellington attractions in an accessible way, free entry, very approachable exhibitions. We're still innovative. We have a great diversity of subjects, and we attract people from all parts of the community. We've had exhibitions that have accentuated our Chinese communities in Wellington. We developed that with the Wellington community. We've had Pacifica-themed exhibitions. We've had Māori-themed. This Portraiture Award is not the first. So we feel we tick all your boxes for diversity and inclusiveness, growing audience appeal, and strong partnerships with all the communities that make up Wellington. We have appeal, as I said, to the international visitor. So we realise the constraints the council is facing with increased debt servicing and expenses and depreciation. But we want to urge you to remember not to cut back on the attractions that Wellington already has, to build us up because we are growing and thriving. Our programs resonate well with yours. We are very good value for money. And we are one of the jewels in your crown and in the Wellington Cities and Waterfront crown. Mike, do you want to add to any of that?
I could just make one comment, and that is that being a national organisation, there's always pressure to move north to Auckland, and I think that's a conversation I've had several times in the last 6 years. But we want to stay in the capital city because we love the space. We're a carbon-free organisation because everyone walks to us. So that's a great plus on that waterfront.
All right, we have a pātai from Councillor Day.
Oh, kia ora koroa. Thank you so much for coming to share with us. So I've got a question about relationships because I'm really impressed with the relationship that you've created for these awards with King Tuhasia. And it just led me to wonder how far your relationships reach, because obviously, I mean, to get something like that is pretty significant in Aotearoa, but obviously it's one of many. And so I'm just curious, because I don't know much about this sort of sector and how you foster those relationships, and, you know, obviously the international as well. So how you do that on a very small budget.
Sure, we were very privileged, and one of our trustees has acted for the King Tuhatia. So, and he has relationships with many of the King's affiliations. So it was through that relationship that the germ of the idea started, and the King was very supportive. We also have had ongoing connections with the tangata whenua here, and through Parliament, and also, you know, we are going to have huge numbers of people coming next Thursday to the opening from the local tangata whenua and from Kingitanga in the Waikato. It's an evolving situation, but we were privileged by our trustee who is already acting for the King in various respects.
Thank you. We're really sad we can't be there, but we'll be there with you in spirit. So it'll be amazing, I can imagine.
I have some tickets here that you can give some of your whānau and friends. You know, in all seriousness, I'll give you half a dozen because they're very, very sought after. Don't put them on Trade Me.
No further pātai. I just want to thank you very much for coming in, and also best of luck for next week. We have got sad faces. Thank you.
Watch the television news. Portray Wellington in great style.
Thank you. So I think now we are on a break until. That's Jonathan. No, he's not ready yet. So we have a break till 2 o'clock. invite Dr. Jamie Jacobs from Heritage New Zealand to come to the table. Kia ora, Jamie. As an organisation, you've got 10 minutes and including any questions if you'd like to leave some time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to our written submission. I'm just going to speak a little bit and read a couple of key points of it, and then I'm happy to open questions about it. The submission focused on the Wellington Harbour Board head office and bond store, which is very high significance both for individually, architecturally and historically, as well as part of a larger heritage precinct, both the waterfront as well as Post Office Square, sort of facing back to the city. So it's a really key pivot building to the heritage of Wellington. So it has architectural significance, but also historical significance for the development of the port, as well as, I mean, it was one of the key buildings in the redevelopment of the port because of the Maritime Museum established quite early. It kind of presaged or foreshadowed the development of the redevelopment of the waterfront as the shipping moved to the container port. So I'm not going to talk any more about significance. I think we can all agree it's a significant building, but the real question is how to keep it safe and alive into the future. So I'm just going to read a couple sections, and then I'm happy to ask questions. As the lead heritage agency in New Zealand, Heritage New Zealand Puera Tonga understands the challenges facing heritage property owners, both public and private, with regard to seismic risk. We spend a lot of time focused on private owners, but we understand that councils and other authorities have their own earthquake strengthening issues for a range of buildings. The costs of upgrading and strengthening any building, heritage or otherwise, are significant, but positive outcomes go far beyond health and safety and asset management, particularly when considering conservation of the historic built environment. Heritage is vital to understanding a society's past and present and in shaping its future. It provides a tangible touchstone to history and provides an anchor for telling diverse stories. It provides color, uniqueness, and appeal to cityscapes at a time when new development is often not distinctive, nor marks a place as local. Finally, at a time when New Zealand and the world grapple with the realities of climate change, retention of existing buildings is the most sustainable approach to, as the building endures and the materials and energy utilized in creating them do not end up in a landfill. And conservation work also supports tradespeople in their ongoing specialist skills in the construction industry. We understand that the Wellington Museum, which is located in this building, needs both strengthening above and below ground, and current estimates are placing extensive strengthening work at 38 million if you do it once, at 47 million if you do it split, and that the council has generously provided 21 million to complete the above ground strengthening works. We're very, very pleased to hear the council has, as owner of the building, has invested in the building, sees a future in the building, and we're just asking you to think a little bit more long-term about it. We're advocating that you consider full funding of the project rather than two stages for a number of reasons. One is cost. Construction costs escalate all the time. Heritage New Zealand is facing this ourselves in Wellington with Turnbull House, and hopeful right now that we might learn that we got funding from the government to help us strengthen that building. So we definitely understand, but the costs aren't going to go down. So far as I know, Wellington City will continue owning the building, and it would be great to have that flagship institution still on the waterfront. So we strongly urge the possibility of immediate full funding, but we would like to see in the long-term plan, the 10-year plan, in addition to a signal to fund the 21 million to actually put something concrete in about funding the rest of the strengthening. Kia ora, thank you.
Do have a few questions, starting with Councillor Young.
Hi, thank you. So with the Turnbull House, so I mean it's had many sort of uses in its life. What will it be used for once it has been strengthened?
So a lot of our thinking about, well, the whole reason we don't have an actual use yet, aside from saying will be public use, is because we haven't known if we're getting full public funding or not for it. If we had to enter a public-private partnership, because it far outstrips Heritage New Zealand's ability to strengthening the building will cost more than our operating budget in 1 year. So to be able, if we went into a public-private partnership, we would obviously have less of ability to keep the public in the building. If we get full funding, as we haven't heard otherwise, so we're hopeful, we'd like to reopen the building for public use, for exhibition space, leasable office and event space, collection space, and also there were a lot of community groups that met there for low or no charge, and we would like to see that continue into the future for community groups in Wellington.
So what is the cost of strengthening it to the ultimate strengthening?
So we hope to get it to 80% of MBS. That's the best case scenario with base isolation. The funding proposal is for $24.7 million, of which roughly 12 to 13 million is the strengthening. The rest is systems. Of course, the building has had no systems upgrades for 25 years since DOC did their work to the building, and then there's a whole series of the original systems, the National Library systems, so there'll be full systems, as well as some deferred maintenance and deferred conservation work that we've put off while we were waiting to figure out how we would fund the project to strengthen it. So there'll be some roof work and other conservation work as well.
So I have another question, which is slightly the other side of the city. So what I think is one of the most prominent buildings in Wellington, one of the most important buildings on our skyscape landscape is St Gerard's. Do you have a view on what should happen with St Gerard's other than it being strengthened? I mean, how do you see it being used in the future?
I mean, ideally, it might be used for the current mission. I know the mission community in
They
there.
got $40,000.
I know. I'm aware of it. And they also, from what I know, are not particularly interested in selling the building. I mean, I think.
You know why, don't you? Because they have to give half the proceeds back to the redemptorists if they sell before 2033. No. I could almost have a PhD on that.
I mean, Heritage New Zealand is well aware that building means so much to the city. I mean, I have said that for Wellingtonians, it might mean more than Parliament because it's in the backdrop of everything in the city along the waterfront. So, I mean, we would like to see a sensitive, adaptive reuse that respects the heritage values of the building. Does it have to have a religious purpose? No. Is it preferable for heritage reasons? Generally, but we're not wedded to that. We certainly wouldn't be opposed to the owners considering selling to an appropriate developer, but we would work closely with them to make sure the heritage values are maintained and the building lives on. I mean, it's one of the iconic buildings in Wellington.
Councillor, I'll write down the thing about that.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and thank you for acknowledging the Wellington Bond Store. Is there, and you'll be aware that it was put forward for a shovel-ready project last year for government funding, but didn't get anything. So I'm just wondering why, if you're obviously asking for money to help strengthen Turnbull House, which, amongst other things, does exactly what Wellington Museum or the Bond Store does: collections, public space, exhibition space. Have you considered, did you put in a bid for government support for the Wellington Bond Store?
We did not, mainly because we are responsible for Turnbull House. We manage that building. The historic reserve is vested in Heritage New Zealand. The building was transferred from management by DOC up to 2017 and moved to Heritage New Zealand in 2017. We had to get Old St Paul's strengthened first, and that project was a great success and reopened last year, and now we're on to Turnbull House. So no, we didn't include it, but I saw the value in calling out this particular building in this process because it is looking at the long-term plan for Wellington City.
Is there anything that you can do or Heritage New Zealand could do to help support perhaps the government helping to strengthen fund Wellington Museum if the council puts in so much?
We our own incentive fund where we give $500,000 a year to private owners. That's limited to private owners. So the flip side of that is really lotteries. We don't have a fund beyond our incentive fund to provide owners, with the exception of a small fund for the Jersey Clare buildings that I can talk about at another time.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for all the work you do. Look, we're just starting to think about how we do a better job of honouring our treaty obligations and our Māori heritage. So, quick question. I hope you would come along and work with us on that. We'll need some advice from your Māori heritage team.
we absolutely are looking forward to doing that.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. And then the other thing is we have, as you know, we have a heritage fund to support owners of earthquake-prone heritage buildings, and also one for non-heritage owners. It's only $1 million. I presume you are supportive of those funds continuing?
Absolutely, we're supportive of them, and we're supportive of other councils that don't have them to create them.
Looks like there are no further questions. Thank you so much, Jamie. For
Thank you for the opportunity.
Wonderful
nice to see
you.
Yes.
Cycle Wellington, are you ready? I know.
Still waiting on Alex. Can we wait for the 5 minutes?
We can take a 5-minute adjournment. Yes. I'd like to welcome Peter Hunt from Forest and Bird Wellington. Nice to see you, Peter. As you're speaking on behalf of an organisation, you have 10 minutes, and if you'd like to include any time for questions within that 10 minutes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Right, yes, my name's Peter Hunt. I'm representing Forest and Bird. That's the Wellington branch. We've got quite a large membership in Wellington, well over 1,000. Our submission really addresses the climate emergency, which the Council announced in 2019. I'm not sure we've got a budget for that. Being prepared, yes, is a good idea for adverse weather conditions and sea level rise. And one thing is managed retreat policy and process for people who are going to get caught by a sea level rise. I'm making 3 points in this short presentation: climate modelling, mitigation and priorities, which we covered in our submission. The real issue is that the rate of sea level rise is increasing year on year. And some of the modelling that's been done doesn't include some of the major drivers of climate. And we've been reading about this. It's Greenland ice melt and the Antarctic. And more recently, the Arctic and permafrost melt. Just so that you don't, in case you didn't know, the permafrost contains twice as much CO2 locked up as there is in the current atmosphere. So if that melts, we're in serious trouble. So what does that mean? It means that our Mokapuna, or people born today, are going to experience at least, in our view, a 1 metre rise in sea level. And it's not going to stay there, it's going to keep going. So it's moving on to the next point, which is mitigation. It's imperative that all cities and all communities do their bit, not only to mitigate the climate, but actively reduce CO2 and sequester CO2. And not only CO2, methane. Methane is the #1 concern right now to the United Nations Working Group. And it's a bit like, we're in a situation a bit like COVID, where we can feel it, but we can't see it. And the same with climate change. It's going to be on us before we know where we are. And I'm talking to the council now because we believe that this long-term plan for the next 10 years is crucial for many, many years to come. So the key thing for us is where you put your money. And we feel that the priorities have to be with the climate change emergency. All the other things are really good, nice to have, but under the situation we're in, which is an emergency, we have to give that the priority. So we certainly we support all the things that the council says in their plans. It goes okay so far. And we certainly see that stopping the sludge going to landfill is the #1 priority, because the landfill is emitting methane, which is the #1 gas that we've got to get a control of. Certainly, and in conjunction with that is recycling. Stop as much as we can going to landfill, reuse the material, plastic in particular, but not only that, all the building material that goes into our landfill through a commercial channel, much of that building material can be recycled and reused. Obviously, we've got to fix the drinking water. That's absolutely essential. Stop the leaks, and we've got another problem with that. That goes across agencies. And clean up the waterways. In your document, you say that we don't meet national standards. So I would think that was a serious error on the council's part over the years. And of course, from a nature point of view, it's critical to nature just as well as it's important to us. So what we would see as a priority that the council not only endorses the water-sensitive urban design, but actually uses it and encourages requires its contractors to use it, and also to implement hydraulic neutrality. These are all parts of saving the water when we've got it, so that we can use it when we don't have it. So that's in summary what we've said in our submission, and we really would be, it's where the money goes is what's going to happen. And I know you're saying that you're pretty short on money. There's a lot of large, very expensive projects which you're hoping to run. Put these ahead of all the others, and the money you've got left over, put it to other things. But this is infrastructure stuff. This is the stuff that you said in your document gets forgotten, not seen, and not dealt with. This is a time when we've not see it, but deal with it. Especially when we're talking about people who could be displaced along the coast, and at a time when you're talking about increasing our population. Now, I'm not sure how you marry those two together, but somehow the council has to do that. It's all part of the climate situation we find ourselves. But business as usual is not going to cut it.
Thank you, Peter. I've got a question from Councillor O'Neill.
So great to see you again. I just have a quick question around investment in water infrastructure, and I'm looking at a few projects from pipes to stream networks and natural water management. Did you have any particular thoughts about investment in natural water management, or maybe some areas where you see we can improve in Wellington?
I think you're talking about stormwater?
Yeah, stormwater.
Well, I don't refer to stormwater as stormwater, it's rainwater. And it's polluted rainwater by the time it gets to the stream. And within the water-sensitive urban design principles, you have swales and sinks and sumps, which are designed to filter out all the material that shouldn't be getting into the stream. I'm not sure if that answers there are other ways in which the water can be slowed down in terms of that. Is that along the lines that you were looking for?
Yeah. I was just wondering about any general thoughts in that area.
There are other things which we should be doing with using permeable materials in our driveways so that the water doesn't get to the stream in the first place. That's part of the hydraulic neutrality concept that the council's promoting. So there are lots of things we can do, and we must do. Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming in, Peter. And we've got another question. Oh, we've got two more. Okay, we'll make them quick.
Look, I did take advice from the community and added ecological emergency when we called our declaration. So I'm just wondering what you think really the things are which will lead to a big change in terms of the ecological side. Like, I've got all your advice here, so that's useful. We'll be discussing that with Councillor O'Neill. But, you know, what if there was one thing that we could do to really shift the dial, what would that be?
You meaning shifting the dial in terms of the community response?
Oh, no, well, just biodiversity protection and what we can do.
Council?
Yeah.
Do what I just said. Would be a good start. The other thing I'm talking about in terms of climate is put more money into growing forests and killing and dealing with the pests. I hope that sort of helps you. It's a big question.
Councillor Rush.
Yeah, very quickly, thanks, Peter. I'm getting conflicting advice on the rate of sea level rise, and are you able to tell me where you're getting your data from?
That question on what did I say? The permafrost that comes from there's an institute in the US called Webster Institute, I think it's called.
Okay, so it's not NIWA or MFE?
No, this is, I get it from all over, okay. United Nations and accredited scientific organisations. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
A lot of information on the internet, on the use Google.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Peter. We really appreciate that, and thank you for jumping in to come as soon as you came in the door. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. And I'd like to call to the table the folks from Cycle Wellington. I think you'll know you get 10 minutes, and that includes time for questions. Off you go.
Kia ora koutou. Hi. Alex Dai tōku ingoa. I'm Jonathan. Kia ora everyone. I will start. I've just got my little notes here. I don't have a lot to say. myself because I had a personal submission. Really, I'm just super impressed by Wellington's turnout in support of option 4 for cycling, and I'm just so thrilled that we've been able to give you, yet again, a very clear message. I'm also really kind of saddened that so many people have to go to these lengths to tell you what you already know. So many wahine, tamariki are coming in, and I'm just, it's really important that we hear those voices. I know I hear messages like that. I get little letters from my 6-year-old saying that he likes going on the bike together. It's fun together. Yeah. So there's plenty more of those stories that you're not hearing. This is what you've had in the last few days. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Wellingtonians want healthy, sustainable mobility, and it's your job to enable that. We've obviously got so many public health, climate, economic, and so many co-benefits to investing in this space. And we need your help to transform that mobility for people in Wellington. That's all I have to say. I'll hand over to Jonathan.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of the submissions along with you guys online. I've been very impressed by some of them, particularly Ian Patterson's submission yesterday. I want to reference that. I don't know how anyone could top that, singing a bit of a rendition of Queen and ringing a bike bell. But I thought I'd try and liven it up a little bit for you by a bit of a demonstration. Unfortunately, one of the targets of my demonstration is not here today, because this is in response to a particular question yesterday about whether cyclists would bike in the rain. So there are a lot of excuses why people don't bike. You know, people used to say hills. It's not really very useful anymore if you have an e-bike. But rain can be seen as an issue, but actually it's quite easy to defeat the rain. So before I came and presented to you, I've just been in your shower. It's completely under the shower, and you see that underneath I am completely dry. So it's fairly straightforward. This is just a raincoat. You can buy these from your local shop. And I've got waterproof trousers.
Standard technology.
Trousers, and you can get things for your shoes as well if you're worried about those as well. Or alternatively, you can just actually bike in the rain and get soaking wet, which is really good fun, and I highly recommend it. And then if your workplace, like yours does, has a shower and you can keep your clothes there, then you can just get changed into dry clothes when you get home or when you get to work. I'll pass over to you, Linda.
So at Cycle Wellington, we don't see our role now as bringing the facts to you because you're well aware of them. Our role is to amplify the voices of the community, and not everybody in the community always gets heard, and we particularly want the voices of women and kids to be heard at this table. People from Cycle Wellington generally are commuting to work, and we get asked a lot about what we think about this route or that route. But if you ask the same questions all the time, you kind of get the same answers. So it's not just all about routes for people commuting to work, although that is very important. We'd also like you to look at the routes for kids to get to school. So particularly in the northern suburbs, we were a bit disappointed to see in the options that was given quite a low priority when there's a high school and several primary schools that people could, where the kids could conceivably bike if the infrastructure was there and it was safe. And some of those suburbs are particularly heavily used by cars because there aren't a lot of other options. And so, you know, major benefits could be got by, you know, supporting the infrastructure in those places. We want to talk a little bit about footpaths. You know, there's quite a lot of conflict these days with people, pedestrians, the e-scooters and skateboards. Our view is that e-scooters don't belong on the footpath. They belong in separated infrastructure with bikes, and you know, the speed that you can go on a scooter is probably not as fast as you can go on a bike. So people on scooters are less likely at the moment to go straight onto the road, although some notice a few keen people doing it. So yeah, that's another reason why separated infrastructure would be good for the whole city and for the comfort of people footpath as well.
Yeah, so we've got a rather long submission here that we've made. It's probably too much for us to cover completely in this 10 minutes, so we'd really encourage you to have a read through it, and we're happy to talk with you further more about some of the fine details. But I'll just go over a couple of things quickly. Firstly, to address deliverability. So we agree that there's a deliverability issue, but we also think that council is pretty much constrained by funding in a lot of areas, and that cycling is definitely one of those areas where funding is a constraint. We'd like to reference to the Brooklyn Cycleway, which has just gone in, which I think is really awesome. I went and test rided it last week, and you could have told me it was finished at that point, really. Even that was a huge improvement of what it was before 1 week in. So I did a bit of back-of-the-hand mathematics, and I basically took the per kilometre cost of that bike lane and how long it took to build, which I think is 4 weeks, is my understanding. And then I applied that to your total cycleway program. So if you were to deliver your entire cycleway program at the same standard as the Brooklyn Hill Cycleway, the total program cost would be $15 million, and the delivery time would be 3.5 years. Now, to me, that sounds like a pretty good deal. So we're really keen to see more of that. We understand that maybe the Brooklyn Hill treatment is not applicable in all places, in cases where the road width is constrained. Obviously, it's not possible necessarily just to create that space, but in a lot of places around Wellington, there's simply a huge amount of wasted space, whether it be median strips, parking, or other things like that could be reallocated very quickly in a short term, in a term that's relevant to a climate emergency, and for a cost that I think we would all be quite happy if the cycling budget was $15 million. I think we all will agree on that.
We just want the outcome.
Yeah, we're not, yeah. So we think there should be a dedicated funding category for this kind of work, because currently it's been rolled into the minor works budget, which is only $1 million per year, and that has not been proposed to increase at all from previous years. So not only do we think that minor works budget should be higher, we think that this work should be in a separate category with perhaps $15 million of funding, so it can be rolled out in 3.5 years. We oppose the option 1 for the library because we're concerned that the method you're funding the library in that option is through your debt breach, where funding will come from other capital projects, and we know that cycling is one of your capital projects, and we're very concerned if your cycling money is ending up going to other things as well. So we would propose that you fund the library either through raising your debt limit or by raising rates or some other method, but not by taking it from elsewhere in your budget where you've told Wellingtonians that you're actually supposed to be spending this money elsewhere. So on top of that, we think you should actually ring fence your cycling budget. So we don't think it's very appropriate. If you're consulting Wellingtonians, this is the amount of money you want to spend on bike lanes, this is what people have come and told you they want you to spend, if that doesn't end up happening. So one way you could prevent that would be by saying that if the money is in the cycling budget, it stays in that budget and it can't go anywhere else. We also share some concerns from other submitters about the lack of carbon emission information in the long-term plan consultation document. You've got an obligation to make sure that Wellingtonians can make a good choice on these matters. And if you're not presenting people with the facts that you may not meet your carbon budgets or various other things if you don't build these bike lanes, we think that's really relevant information that people would like to know.
Have a question from Councillor Pannett.
Thank you, as always, and that's a very useful figure that you gave about the Brooklyn Cycleway. So if we build the basic network and we get some speed limits down, what next for cycling? Just so we can plan ahead.
Low traffic neighbourhoods.
Okay, well, we can do that soon.
It's a key point we kind of made in our submission that every street needs to be safe for cycling, so it's not just about putting bike lanes along the main routes.
Yeah. Okay, so but you would hope that network would be done first, and then we can concentrate on the streets that are not covered by the network as we've currently planned it. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, Councillor Rush.
Yeah, maybe one for you, Linda. I mean, you're obviously, cycling enthusiast, I suppose, and obviously see those benefits. Why do you think other commuters are so slow to adopt this mode of transport that you regularly sing praises for?
I think obviously a lot of the reasons why we make the transport choices we do are cultural. So you kind of get in the habit, mum and dad drive to work, take the kids on the way, so you just kind of get in that way of things. I think there's a lot of people there were some people who will never ride a bike, they're just not interested. But other people, which is the ones we're concerned about, are saying I would ride if I thought it was safe. But at the moment, I think it's not safe. Look at that, look how little space, look at if you're on a bus and you see it kind of squeezing past someone on a bike, or,
you know, you're kind of going to go, oh no, I don't want to. And I mean, I've got that situation now with my 18-year-old daughter. I don't want her to bike to Pack and Save in Kilburnie, and we only live in Thompson Street.
Your own research shows
Yeah.
that 76% of Wellingtonians fit in that category.
Is that 2013 survey?
Yeah, so it's probably likely quite a bit higher by now.
Yeah.
More questions? I think we're out of time anyway. Thank you for your submission. Thanks for showering before you came here, Jonathan. And I think we actually have a break now until 3 o'clock. We have our next submitter, which is Tim Shanahan from Tennis Central via Zoom. Welcome, Tim. You have 10 minutes, and include any time and questions if you'd like to. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all of the councillors for the opportunity to speak to you today. I know it's a very time-consuming process working through the long-term plan, so I'll try to keep this short and allow you to stay ahead of schedule and maybe head away early. Firstly, I just want to start by again acknowledging the support from Council for the Renouf Tennis Centre. We're now at the point where, with regard to our roof replacement, over half the roof over the 4 covered tennis courts has been completed. We're also about to embark on a complete replacement of one of our switchboards, and all of that is possible as a result of the support from Council and from yourself. So we continue to be incredibly grateful. And I guess that's the crux of the submission that Tennis Central has made, is that sport is such an important part of the life of people in Wellington, and we believe it is something that is imperative that Council continues to fund, and we're not coming at this from the perspective of the benefits for Tennis Central per se, but just generally across the city. Every sport and recreation opportunity adds vibrancy to the life of the residents of Wellington, and I just want to take the time today to encourage you to hold true to your strategies as they exist with regard to sport and recreation, and ensure that moving forward in this long-term plan and the budget that sits with it, that Council continues to be proactive in terms of its support of sport and recreation through the provision of facilities, maintaining grounds, and looking to invest in sport organisations, recreation organisations through the different funding opportunities you currently deliver. I think it's all too easy for sport and recreation organisations such as Tennis Central to lose sight of the value that Council does offer. And it's a complementary offering, enables us to do what we try to do to a higher standard. So at a time when every 3 years there's that opportunity to reassess priorities and identify that there isn't enough money to deliver everything that Council feels obligated to deliver, I guess my message is one of please continue to support sport and recreation at the existing levels. Even with obviously CPI increases, so that the money that continues to be invested allows the people of Wellington to continue to enjoy a numerous number of sport and recreation opportunities that just enhances their life. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Have we got any questions? Oh, it was so great that we've got nothing else to Thank you so much, Tim. We always appreciate it when we hear from you.
All good. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Would you like to come up now? I know you're not scheduled yet. Are you ready? Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'd like to welcome Chris Horn. Many of you will know him. Oh, look, and he's brought props. So thank you for coming. 5 minutes, including question time. Oh, so 10 minutes.
10 and 15.
Oh, 5 and 10. So yes, you've got longer. So it's nice to see you, Chris.
Kia ora koutou. Which submission would you like me to talk about first? Botanical Society?
Your choice.
Okay. Well, talking then on behalf of Wellington Botanical Society, the overriding element in our submission is the need to very greatly increase your funding for weed control. As you will perhaps recall, in our submission on your draft annual plan last year, we brought in a number of weed plants, and because the buses are postponed or cancelled, on my walk from Northland down to the Kelvin cable car, I got this little lot, which I haven't labelled this time, but Old Man's Beard, now running riot. Dare I say it, Pohutukawa. not naturally occurring in Wellington. They may go eventually with myrtle rust. From South Africa, holly-leaved senecio. Holly-leaved senecio. You'll know that one from South Africa. Agapanthus, awful weed. I've got bits and pieces here of Portuguese onion weed, which is rather nice to eat. It's one way of controlling it, but it is rampant. Well, that's a leaf, of course, of Agapanthus. Our Argentinian mate, which looks a bit like toy, but it's not. This is pampas grass. We've got two species in NZ, this one and the purple one, both runaway weeds. I've several times pointed out to the relevant council officer infestations of this, and there just isn't the money in her budget to look after them. Plenty of Portuguese onion weed, nice with your salad. Another foreigner, English ivy, which attracts wasps. And I think that's it. But that's just a tiny range of the plants that are listed in our table, which you'll recall from our submission on the draft annual plan last year. We are strongly supportive of your progress on those 3 bullet points with respect to progress to 2021. Well done. Recognising we've got runaway climate change, and that's an ecological emergency. We then go on to list the various pieces of legislation that you have to work under: Reserves Act, Conservation Act, and the Wellington Town Belt Act. In summary, on the subject of weeds, you've got a gigantic backlog to work on, and with climate change, it does seem that some of those weed species are tending to get more and more aggressive. So council needs to get more and more aggressive with its funding to control pest plants. So that list there is exactly the list that we had in our submission last year on your annual plan. That could be increased several times because there's a whole lot of weeds that we didn't include in it. But I think that most of the weeds that we've got here are on that list. A thing we'd like you to consider in your weed control efforts is controlling regeneration of the numerous introduced tree species, all the several pine species, Macrocarpa, sycamore, the Aussie eucalypts. They all tend to self-sow, and it seems that the best management plan with those, whether in big plantations such as on Mount Vic, Tangi Te Keo, or on Ahumairangi, leave the adults there, allow them to eventually become senescent and fall over, but go for the seedlings and the saplings so that there's no regeneration of those invasive species. Another huge task, much of which will require the use of contractors, but there are some areas where volunteer groups could be whipping out seedlings and perhaps cutting down the smaller trees, the saplings, and using plant toxin on the stumps to stop the things sprouting again. So our recommendations on our 6th page are quite clear, I hope, and we wish you well in increasing your funding year by year through this decade and into the distant future so that you can tackle this gigantic backlog of pest plant invasions. They've got no place in our indigenous flora. So tackle them with all the vigorous skills you've got, both among the volunteer groups and your contractors. You saw we listed a number of native weeds. I had here one, Pohutakawa, there's karo, karaka and lacebark amongst quite a few native weeds. And that relative of five-finger causes a lot of problems. It's coastal five-finger, it's from the far north, been introduced down here by garden centres, and unfortunately it hybridises with our very own horueka, that's lancewood. So you'll see it in our bush areas, all manners of shapes and leaflet forms of this plant, and I just whip them out wherever I see them. Same with the lacebarks. The lacebark we have down here is naturally occurring Waikato northwards. It's very weedy because it's got pretty flowers and people like to plant it. So it spreads like wildfire. I think that's about all I've got to say. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, we have some questions. I'd like to start with Councillor Rush. Oh, you've answered it. Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, Chris. Thank you for your work in this area. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the impact of managing pest plants and the impact of supporting our threatened plant species, because a lot of us, when we look into the town belt, we might just see green and think that that's awesome. So I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about the ecosystem and why it's important we have native plants, not pest plants, filling our town belt.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Pest plants, for example, look at the pines. That it is believed that their needles change the composition of the soil in such a way that it becomes hostile to natives. So that's why there's not an awful lot of native species can cope in those circumstances. But there are some, for example, rangiora, karamu, and a number of other broadleaf species, or kawakawa, can cope with that acidity. But in another 50 years, these pines up here will be senescent and falling over, same on Mount Vic, and then the native understory which is developed will attract birds to bring in seeds of other species, from Otari or the Botanic Garden native forest remnants, and the wind will blow native seeds into those areas, and in the long term will eventually be replacing these pine-infested or eucalyptus-infested slopes with native species. It's a very long-term project, as we all know.
We have another question from Councillor Young.
Thank you. What makes a native weed?
When it is occurring and self-sowing outside its natural range.
So could we get rid of the pohutakawas on the terrace, for example?
Well, if here's that pohutakawa. If myrtle rust doesn't kill them, then it will be wise to get rid of them eventually, because the seed, very fine, gets into little cracks in the concrete and can start growing there. And
I know the roots are a nightmare.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So basically, a weed is, it's a Vetus apple west thing, isn't it? A weed is just a plant in the wrong place.
Exactly the definition, yes. Yeah.
We're so literary as well. So if there are no more questions of Chris, we can reset the clock and move on to your personal submission if that works. Thank you, Chris.
All right, thank you all. Well, first up, our journey to 2021. I opposed that convention centre. I think it is now irrelevant following COVID. It's unlikely that international jet travel will build up to former levels and enable people to come in for conferences from far and near. But I've got a suggestion in my recommendation there that you stop work on it as a convention centre and remodel the interior so it can be made into a museum of the performing arts. Right across, what I incorrectly said was Mercer Street, but I meant Cable Street, from Te Papa. What a magnet those two buildings would make together on the same street. With the recent death of somebody who'd been advocating for a museum of the performing arts, it would be a wonderful memorial to that person and all the other people who are involved in performing arts up and down the country. So it's repurposing a building which is going to be finished eventually and have a very striking exterior, I'll admit. But urge you to take on board that suggestion of making it into a museum for the performing arts. At the bottom of my page one, I welcome those 7 steps that you've taken. 3 waters infrastructure. Well, we all know that we've got this vast backlog of work to be done, and I don't know that Wellington ratepayers can pay for it all, so it seems essential that central government fund some of that work, as it probably is going to be having to do for many local authorities up and down the country. Cycleways. The Island Bay Cycleway was an unmitigated disaster. What makes me particularly sad is the loss of those 2 little dairies, which lost their parking outside. So not only do we lose the 2 dairies, we lost two families lost their livelihoods. So that was a fearful blunder, and I think that redesign is possible, having cycleway just outside the parked cars, not inside the parked cars. For parked cars as it is at the moment is really hazardous for cyclists and for people on the passenger side getting out into the cycleway. And cycleways must not be imposed on footpaths. We pedestrians are too often exposed to the risk of bicycles on footpaths, as well as these e-scooters, some of them doing 20 kilometres per hour. What chance has a pedestrian got when they come out of a shop, when they get slammed into by a bicycle or an e-scooter? Or even an e-skateboard, I see those around as well. Your decision 4, I support option 3 there. Decision 5, Tanako Civic Precinct. That municipal office building is, in my opinion, rather beautiful. And I know it's a rabbit warren inside. If it could be strengthened, you'd avoid having to demolish it and take it to the tip. Think of the noise, think of the disruption, not just to CBD areas, but to Brooklyn people and people down Happy Valley Road. Think of the waste of resources. Look seriously at strengthening that building and getting it, all the council staff and councillors back down where they belong in the Civic Square, Tanako, and not up here in a glass box paying rent to some building owner. As for the CAB, if that can be reinforced, go for it, rather than knock it down with the resulting loss of all those materials into the landfill. It's not the most beautiful building, but I don't suppose you should judge it on that basis, but apparently it needs considerable work on its foundations. Well, let's go for it. Similarly, with the Central Library, I'm really chuffed that that's not going to be flattened, it's going to be strengthened. I heard at the Civic Trust meeting last year that there's an even more efficient system for base isolation that's been developed, I think, in California than the New Zealand model. So if those Californian type base isolators can be used, all well and good. And then perhaps...
Chris, we're out of time, so if you could just wrap up, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, I've made a statement there about if you can move a building on railway wagons into Auro, like that hotel on wheels, can we possibly raise the library a metre or two to get it way above the likely sea level in 2100? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'd like to call Graham Carroll to the table. Thanks, Chris. See you.
Just get my floor bundle out.
We might need to do a bit of a clean-up, Graham, before you...
Makes it very interesting. Good on you, Chris.
All the best, people.
Thanks, Chris. Welcome, Graham.
Right, thank you.
We need the dustbuster.
All good.
So, yeah, you've got 5 minutes, including any time you want questions.
Thanks very much. Look, I'll try and keep it pretty brief. I've put up some bullet points about that I just want to cover quickly. So in summary, first of all, hey, look, thanks. Great job you've done getting this plan together, 10-year plan. It's, the big task, and it's, happening around the country, as I know, because I've working with other councils on some other projects. Okay, so in brief, very much supportive. We're very much part of the Newtown Residents Association. There's quite a big talented team around that community and puts into things. So fundamentally support what they've put through, and you've had Rona earlier this morning. But I'd just like to comment on just a few quick points that I've put up. First of all, yes, very much support the whole Three Waters infrastructure and accelerated investment. I'm actually working currently, and they have been the last 3 or 4 years actually, around the country for regional councils in the flood protection area. So we have an interface with Three Waters, particularly over stormwater. But it's really, so you've got it there, you've got your parts, but to implement in terms of the whole green techniques and the more integrated water cycle, integrated catchment approach, you've put part of that into your plan, so it's how it rolls out. I've also put in about the importance of the Wellington Lifelines group, that Fran Wild chaired all the plan, you'll be familiar with that. And just the importance, and you'll think of the work that Dave Brunsden has done in the city over the last 20 years, leading all that work that's been going on. And so I didn't actually catch much of a sign of that mention in here, but I think that should be brought into your plan. Make a bit more of that and how those important linkages and what's coming out of that. And through that also the encouragement of, I've not brought up in the annual plan last year, but look, it's the innovation and scale in terms of the REMO, also the household commercial emergency water tanks. We can do a lot more innovation in that area. We haven't even scratched the surface. You see some of the stuff that's come out of the Massey Design School projects, but also commercially. There are players that I think, and I guess if I got one central message, what I'd love to, a takeaway would be, please widen your engagement. Widen your engagement to other players who are around. I think there's a lot of talent to be tapped into, a lot of business talent, and players that are not directly involved that you could involve in these initiatives. Really do, actually. And I also think, coupled with that, interesting financing models. And I'll just touch on that as we move to the next one. Fully support you over climate change, passionate supporter of that. And the next one of the decision 7, sludge and waste minimisation. Might not seem a very sexy subject, but that's got tremendously important. Very pleased to see you taking more steps about it. And of course we've got the Three Waters, and we've got the whole government move to helping, which with some co-investment. Not quite up with how much you've actually, haven't looked closely at how much you've actually put in your bids for, but it's obviously some big opportunities there. I think this is I've had over the last year, but particularly the last few months, I've had some dealings with a group involved with Bioplant New Zealand and their associated sludge project Vermont. That's what I've put in here. Very talented network of people from around the country, commercial people, really talented in terms of finance, At the moment, when the lead pilot projects is going into fielding to Manawatu, because why is this? Now, I'll just touch on this. Manawatu District Council, small council, much more ready to work. And Richard Templer, a number of you will know, came from Callaghan with CEOs, now with Engineering New Zealand CEO. You're open to technologies from offshore that have not yet been tried in New Zealand, okay? And these guys, so there's licensed technology, bring it into New Zealand that is already proven in a number of sites offshore to be highly effective. And there are financing models around this certainly in this case, where most of the finance is provided by investors, okay? Investment finance, and with partnership with local government, okay? And no rocket science about it. These are about developing long-term relationships, long-term contracts, so that you get your return and you pay the whole thing off. But it means it does reduce what council has to pay out itself. I mean, you're very attractive, to be honest. One of the things that the Ministry for the Environment has reported on is that, right, I better stop. I was just watching the time clock. I'll jump very quickly to the next one. It's an important one, long-term plan, thank you. It's just the impact of that. It's not in here, but I think for your city, in terms of earthquake resilience, you need to really adopt the whole low-cost monitoring of buildings. This building should be done. You do it for about 20,000 install, and for first-year monitoring, about 5,000 a year to monitor. That means when an earthquake happens within 2 or 3 hours, actually, the engineers will tell you what the stage of the building is. You don't have long time down. You saw what happened after 2016 earthquake. Buildings took months often to be properly examined what was to be done. We shouldn't have that. Bruce Pepperell at the time was outspoken, saying we did not want to go through another earthquake like that without having a widespread interpretation of buildings with sensor systems in them. Dave Brunston has been quite outspoken about the need for this. He's spoken after Christchurch 10 years, everything else. So I'd really like to see Wellington City step up, take some leadership, get involved over it. And there are partners like Global Seismic Data, which was set up to help to provide solutions here. There are a number of companies and government organisations getting engaged with them. Get engaged yourself, and let's make a difference about it.
We probably do have time if we've got any questions. Councillors, you got any questions of Graham? There's a lot of information there.
Yeah, that's all right.
Sounds like you had a lot to share.
I just hope they're a bit of a catalyst, actually.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, that's the important one, I think. Look at that. The response time, downtime, things like this. And to be honest, with systems put in place here, you should be able to negotiate better insurance deals. That's a cost for this council. And I mean, if you've got the Wellington company, I mean, you know Ian Cashells, you know how he's been the first adopter commercially of this around the country. He's just rolling it amongst his portfolio. And he was able to negotiate better insurance deals in London. So why wouldn't you, So your net costs, pretty neutral over it. Big benefits. Yep, valuable data, know what's happening in the city. And building into your smart city digital twin models that you're developing. Yep, very exciting opportunities for you, to be honest. Great city to live in, be part of. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Graham. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing that with us. That's great. All right. Thank you.
Great.
So, councillors, we are a little bit in between. So we could have a little wharepaku break, but but maybe just stay close by. Ready much sugar consumed. And Martin, as you're representing an organisation, you have 10 minutes.
Lovely.
And if you'd like to leave any time for questions, you can during that 10 minutes.
Hopefully I'll get through it. Well, thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm here representing Friends of a Whero Stream, FOOS, to our friends, and probably some other people as well. But my name is Martin Payne, and I'm the coordinator for the group. For FOOS, the Wellington City Council long-term plan is a moment to reflect on the past and consider future action. A Whero Stream is one of the last remaining streams in Wellington City. Most of the city's streams have been disappeared, buried in pipes, losing their ability to naturally support abundant and diverse life. We all know that healthy water forms the foundation of healthy water ecosystems, and we would also say a healthy city. The Whero water catchment is surrounded by amazing places and projects. To the north, we have Zealandia. To the east, Tawatawa Reserve, Manuakarioi, Paikawakawa Reserve. To the south, Tapturanga Marine Reserve, Te Kapahau Reserve. To the west, Capital Kiwi. And predator-free Wellington is all around us. We are part of a spectacular effort to repair Wellington City's relationship with the natural environment. FOOS has existed for 18 years, and in that time we have planted over 30,000 plants and trees. We've removed hundreds of tonnes of rubbish and weeds, and our volunteers keep returning to be scratched to pieces by Blackberry to make things better. Other groups are also working in the catchment to make the difference, to save the Whero Stream. But here is the big but. While people now realise that there is a stream in the Whero catchment, our plantings look great and are providing shade for the stream and native habitat. We have to tell our children not to play in the stream because it is contaminated. And we are regularly told that it's not safe to swim in the bay. And it gets worse, and it is getting worse in the Whero catchment. Water quality is declining, stormwater erosion is dramatically increasing. The quality of plastic getting into the stream the quantity of plastic getting into the stream and then into the sea is heartbreaking. Native fish and macroinvertebrate species are clinging on, enduring waves of toxic discharges from land, wastewater pipes, and the landfills in the catchment. And you'll note that there are actually 3, including the City Council Southern Landfill. It is no secret where we are collectively going wrong. Our urban development is not water sensitive at all. Our wastewater system has been broken for decades, and we have not cared to fix the leaks. Our climate changing behaviour is bringing increasing drought and deluge conditions. We have dumped millions of tonnes of Wellington's waste into the life-giving headwaters of the Whero, and the city has been happy to accept billions of dollars in landfilling fees, spending little of this to clean up the mess. We are taking more from the environment than it can give. What can we do? Well, I think you've all been taking some really great initiatives, and we're hoping that these can be followed through. But very briefly, it's fix the pipes, make our urban growth water sensitive, urgently decarbonise our activity, and rapidly transition to zero waste. The costs are high, but we're learning that the costs of doing nothing are even higher. We can do better. It is not just that the council, it's not just about what the council can spend to fix things. We believe that the council, business and the community, understanding the problems, accepting our past mistakes and working collectively together can make a future that we, the people, and the natural environment can thrive in. We need to make a transition from being wasteful and careless to being careful and wasteless. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa, he waka eke noa. Greetings to everyone. We're all in this together.
Kia ora, Martin. Do we have any questions for Martin? Yes, Councillor Rush.
Martin, sorry, just the report that I last saw in regards to water quality downstream of the landfill suggested that it wasn't too bad. Have you seen other data?
Well, we're in the great position of actually having a lot of new data and almost real-time data for the stream, which is great. But in the lower reaches, we're now a Class E stream. And when we think about what the national policy on fresh water is going to require of us, as a minimum, we're going to have to go to a C. Now, that is a huge undertaking. You know, in the last 18 years, we've planted all those trees, we've removed all that rubbish, and yet we've still seen the water quality declining. And part of it is about the intensiveness of the activity. And it's interesting, our community is really coming to this idea of a catchment. But what we're talking about is a water catchment. And when we think about our waste catchment, and the city has decided to deposit its waste in this water catchment, that waste catchment is greater. It's Wellington City. It's probably waste coming from the region. We're even aware of waste coming from Christchurch, which really worries us because the quality of waste must be pretty awful to be able to afford to send it across the strait. So getting back to your question, my understanding is that we are still having really significant events that are actually decreasing the quality of the water. Now, some of it is related to some private landfills where we've had toxic levels of ammonia being discharged intermittently. But again, the population, it doesn't work on a rolling average of quality. It is actually, we get situations where we lose all our long-finned eels in a single event downstream. And then there's a constant pressure from the activities like the plastics in the stream. As good as we'd like to think our sanitary landfill, the Wellington City Council southern landfill is, we're still getting leaking out of that facility, and it's unavoidable. We'd like to think that we can create a complete containment, but let's face it, the landfill is sitting on an earthquake fault. You know, it's difficult to guarantee that into the future.
Okay.
I have another question from Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, Martin, and thank you. And recently, I'm sure you know about the spill of polystyrene balls that we've had down there. But out of that, we've had a bit of a flush of a resurged awareness about the uncovered loads. In your view, how much of that, you know, do you think that the waste that's coming into the landfill is coming from the into the stream, is coming from those uncovered loads, or is it a multitude of ways that waste is getting into Owhiro?
The impression of people that I talk with and is that there's a multiple ways that pollution is getting into the stream. Uncovered loads is certainly one of them, and there have been a few truck drivers that have wondered why I'm tooting at them from behind as a flurry of polystyrene is blowing out of the top of their load. But I think we need to think very carefully about how our landfills are operated, and we're certainly clear that the C&D landfills, which are privately owned, have not been above, well, best practice is not occurring there, and we're seeing it into the Whewera catchment, but also the Hape catchment, which is next door, quite badly. But we are aware of plastic rubbish being blown out of the southern landfill as well, and while there's some debate about this, we see a predominance of that plastic actually becoming mobile into the stream during heavy rainfall events. So what we suspect is happening is the plastic's being blown into the surrounding bush lines, and then when we get heavy rain, it's washed out. Now, we see that on what is caught by the blackberry, but our feeling is that really significant amounts is going out into the marine reserve. And, we've had reports that there's quite a debris field underwater that you can't see that runs out from the Whewera stream, and we're not happy about that at all.
Councillor. We don't have another submitter who has arrived yet. We're just trying to pull people along to come more quickly. So if you don't have anywhere to go, Martin, we'd love to have some.
I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Kia ora, Martin. Great to see you again. My question is around water-sensitive urban design and what we can ask of Wellington Water in terms of pipes to streams and grey water management. Did you have any thoughts beyond just recommending water-sensitive urban design into those plans, or how can we be better advocates there?
Well, as well as our planting, we do a lot of advocacy work, and in the past we've been very involved in the Stormwater Consultative Committee, which got disbanded. And as part of that process, some guidelines were created for water-sensitive urban design. Now, these were voluntary, and I'd have to say it quite quickly disappeared off the radar. Our feeling is that actually the district plan is going to be a really important place for those ideas to be expressed. And so that's, again, we come back to this place where it's not just the city council has got to do the right thing. It's actually all the developers, people renovating their houses. The moment that we get an opportunity to have input in that is when people build new. But we've got to extend that discussion to getting to people to understand what the problem is. And basically, stormwater in the small urban stream is creating flood flows that are creating such erosion that we're losing quite substantial trees that we planted 20 years ago. And that hurts our volunteers because it doesn't matter what quality of planting we do, the quality of the water, and I include that in that, the quantity of water is just so, it creates the foundation really for the ecosystems in this catchment. And we would have to say in other streams in the city, which there are a few of now.
Thank you. So some other submitters have arrived, but if you've got one quick question, Councillor Rush, no. Thank you so much, Martin, for coming and sharing all of your extensive knowledge with us. Yeah. We really appreciate it.
Well, we are really excited about some of the things that you've been talking about, and we're hoping that they will be able to be carried out in this 10 years, because we've had 20 years that we've been working, and we're looking forward in the next 10 years for lots of action. Thank you. Yeah, good on you. We'll push you along.
I'd like to welcome Louise to the table if you're ready. Thank you so much for coming, Louise. You have 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Look, I'm just an ordinary little ratepayer. I'm an engineer by degree, but never actually became one. But I've worked in sort of finance and capital markets and financial markets all my career, and more recently in sustainability. So, you know, look, I do applaud a lot of the initiatives that are in the long-term plan. However, I have some pretty massive concerns, primarily the impact that the proposed increases in rates are going to have on our city, that I'm a huge, huge advocate for, and the people in it. Those on low incomes, those on incomes that are not going to go up over time materially, those that are really struggling. We've seen in the budget today, the government is really stepping up for people, and these rate proposals are just going to strip that all off those people. And I just think it's bordering on criminal to do that. I just really think the council needs to stop. You face some really huge challenges, unprecedented challenges. There's no doubt about that. You know, from climate change to infrastructure to social issues, that there are huge challenges. And I just think this is a proposal that just doesn't stop and think hard enough about how to address those challenges. I really think you need to stop and get a blank piece of paper, throw out your ideologies that I think are really standing in the way of some actual progress without crippling people in terms of rates, and think again on a lot of what's in the plan. Every year it's we do this and then we do this and then we do this, we do more and more and more and more. There's never any stopping and thinking about what we stop doing. What do we not do? Because we cannot do everything. You can't execute on it for a start, and we can't afford it secondly. So I really think there's an absolute rethink needed, is my kind of broad philosophical view. And I'll give maybe one example, and which is the zoo. You know, the paying to see animals behind bars, to my mind, in this day and age, is a complete colonial folly, and I find it quite abhorrent. We have Zealandia, we have birds flying around, we have tuatara that probably don't get near the boundary fence. There are native species, there are taonga, you know, there's collaboration with the university. That is something that is precious and unique to the city. Shipping in lemurs at great cost, lions that need to be put down, monkeys that I've seen bashing each other because, I mean, it's just inhumane, conditions not fit for any animals, and then spending $83 million of ratepayers' money on it over the long-term plan. It's just, that's a good example of something you could stop and do a complete rethink on. And I just feel like that lens has not gone on any of the activities. Do we need to keep doing this? Do we keep doing this in the same way? Do we need to own this building? Do we need to own this port? Do we need to own this airport? Do we need to own the landfills? I'm not answering those questions. I'm just saying you should be asking them of yourselves, and it just doesn't seem apparent that that's happened. I'll leave some time for questions, but that's my sort of, I've written 6 pages because I feel so strongly about this. I've called together all my friends. They think I'm a complete nerd because I just think there needs to be some action. I hate doing this kind of thing, but I'm here because I feel so strongly about it.
Thank you, Louisa. We do have a question from Councillor Paul. Yes.
Thank you. I was just going to, well, you kind of answered it by talking about the zoo, but are there any other things that maybe we don't have to chuck it out, but maybe defer it a bit in your eyes? Any projects or things?
Well, I think Three Waters is clearly imminent reform, so I think that should just be completely put on the, I mean, the council's spending a lot of time and energy and money planning. There's a lot of money planning in the budget on something that's about to undergo a massive reform is not appropriate. There are a lot of assets that I wonder what they're doing on the balance sheet. You don't need to own the assets to have control. In fact, you can have more flexibility. And the other massive thing that I think we should stop doing is social housing. Not because there's not a need for social housing. I mean, you'd have to be living under a rock to think that's the case. But the government provides social housing, and I know they can provide social housing at a better rental rate for tenants than the council can. So why are we doing it? I mean, the council, it is not a core competency. We've seen that, examples of that playing out. It is crippling ratepayers, and we cannot offer the same rent to tenants that the government can. I mean, yeah, so social housing just absolutely should be up the very top of that list.
Sorry, we're out of time, but thanks so much for coming in, Louise. Nice to see you again. And
One final point, the data and the transparency and the reporting needs to be a whole lot better. I spent all of Mother's Day in my bed looking through hideous things and adding them up on my calculator because they're not even in spreadsheets.
Well, I hope someone bought you breakfast. And the next submitter we have via Zoom is the Johnsonville Community Association. Tony Randall, are you there? Yes, he's there. Hi, Tony. You've got 10 minutes, including any time for questions. Off you go.
Hi. So thank you, councillors, for taking the time to listen to the submission from the Johnsonville Community Association. And also want to thank the councillors, Jill Day, I can't remember all the names, Denny Condi and Diane Calvert, for coming along to Johnsonville to a public meeting and discussing the long-term plan and taking some hard questions and giving some understanding of the council's thinking. That helped us certainly in terms of getting our understanding of where you're going from. So the Johnsonville Community Association overall is, I guess, a little bit more conservative than many of the other submitters. We've tended to go to option 1, option 2 for a lot of the options. And the reason is because we're very concerned about the very large rates increase and debt increase that the city's facing, especially since 2 very large elements are still to be, which are going to draw on funds likely, which are the housing infrastructure costs and the Let's Get Wellington moving costs are yet to be factored in. So that means that while we've supported the council's options on the 3 waters, I mean, infrastructure has been neglected. It's, that's the priority to get the basics right. We've gone for option 2 on the cycleways decision, which is a medium level of investment, and option 1 on the Te Atakora funding. So where we're coming from is that you're proposing a major increase in spending, even though many residents are struggling financially. I doubt anyone, even those who are doing well, are able to claim a 13% increase in their income. But that's what the City Council was asking of residents and business ratepayers across the city. The city's long-term plan also has a huge investment in cycling, but there is no investment in bus lanes to get out of the traffic gridlock. Now, from North Wellington, buses are the major alternative mode, but there's no clear targeted investment for this area. Excuse me. There is a lot of money going towards cycling, but generally Johnsonville is not a beneficiary of this, and spending another 18 million, given the large increase above the large rates increase, is not good value for money. So we chose the least expensive option that still provides some cycling benefits, recognising that there are other higher priority issues that need to be dealt with first, which is unfortunate. The same with Te Atakora first to zero, spending another 10 million over option 1, given the large rates increase, is not good value for money. And so we chose the least expensive option that still provides some environmental benefits. should also be noted that apart from putting some unspecified amount of funding into public transport and roading, the proposed initiatives are all very soft, unmeasurable goals in this area. The council hasn't got a link of its expenditure to specific climate outcomes, which means it's difficult to justify. That the JCA also does support the council's option of a mandatory levy to charge ratepayers to reduce sewage, sludge and waste, but excluding this compulsory charge to all ratepayers from statements about future rates increases is misleading, and I think the council does need to look at that and show what is the real cost increases that we're facing in the future. We in Johnsonville are designated as a sub-regional centre, and we're planning to have the largest population growth of any area in the spatial plan, yet there's very little supporting investment in expanding and improving our infrastructure and facilities in the long-term plan. I know we have a new library, and that's been pointed out, but and that's really appreciated, but that was because our library was deemed to be a quarter of the size it should be for the area it served, and now we've got a great library, but our roading is yet to be finished. You're yet to finish the Johnsonville Triangle, and there's no funding in the long-term plan to support that. Other comments, well, the need for catch-up investment in Three Waters is obvious and supported, but a lot of the rates from Johnsonville and North Wellington seem to be going towards improvements in the CBD and other parts of the city. We really are looking for a real definitive investment in expanding and improving our bus PT, our infrastructure and facilities, and it's not really there. Yeah, and so lastly, it's understood that some investment is proposed for Let's Get Wellington Moving, but we have seen little that this program would ever deliver in terms of better public transport services to our area. The bus services really seem to be a black hole if you look over the past decade or two in terms of investment, and sticking it in Let's Get Wellington Moving seems to have stuck it in a black hole inside a black hole. And although there is a little bit of light coming out of it, there's nothing definitive, especially on the funding side. So that's our submission. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Are there any questions for Tony? Yes, we have one from Councillor Fitzsimons.
I just wanted to ask about your comment around climate change. You were suggesting the I think option 3, and I think the reason you used is that it's less of an impost on ratepayers. And I just wondered whether you thought that would risk not making the investment soon enough so that we can actually be in a strong position to address climate change, and whether you thought that that's really what the people of Johnsonville think?
So the JCA, we've grown a little bit. We don't claim to speak on behalf of our community in an issue-by-issue basis. We haven't surveyed our community about this. And so, but we're a reasonable sized group and reasonably well networked. Yes, the issue is that you're proposing expenditure, a significant amount of expenditure, but you aren't actually defining what you're going to achieve with that expenditure in any measurable or quantitative way. Spending some money in the right area, excuse me, doesn't necessarily mean it's a good idea. We have really compelling areas where we do need to spend money, like Three Waters, when you're literally having a pipe burst every week somewhere. There's a metric you can see. When you have the level of pipes over 100 years old, there's a metric you can see where we need to spend that money. And that seems to be a little more urgent than the climate change, especially since the City Council can't point out the benefits in a quantitative measure of what it's trying to achieve.
Thanks. And sorry, I might have just misunderstood. Did you say you don't claim to speak on behalf of the people of Johnsonville?
We're a community association. We meet and lobby for our community.
Right.
We haven't got a mandate to speak for the 10,000 people or so in Johnsonville.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Like all residents groups, the councillors are representatives of the area.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions? No. Thanks for taking the time to Zoom in, Tony, and we also appreciate you being a bit flexible about the timing there. So thanks for your contribution.
Thank you very much.
I'd now like to call to the table Frankie Tate. Welcome, Frankie. You have 5 minutes as an individual, and that includes if you want to leave any time for questions, that's part of the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sweet, cool. Thank you. Kia ora. The purpose of my visit today is to give weight to the submission I made recording the views of some students at Victoria University. I'd appreciate if you read this submission, as the few words written speak volumes on the disillusionment of young people and young Wellingtonians to their elected representatives. You can see in my submission the issues students addressed and what they wanted. They supported cycleways, they really saw the importance of the three-ways water structure. Also, they really showed support for the public library being renovated as well. However, I thought in these few short minutes, I would use this opportunity to capture your attention to some of the wider issues of political participation in consultation periods like this. Being a population of renters, there were few students who felt that councillors would care about what they had to say, as they are not homeowners. Why would renters care about rates? We know regardless of what the council decides on the long-term plan, rent is still going to go up excessively, and it's still going to be damp. Given that none of the 7 key decisions do anything to address housing issues, the students are somewhat validated in this comment. However, I hope that your subsequent announcements after the budget release today will change these views. As many topics were around things like infrastructure and transportation, people understood the importance, but not necessarily how to address them. Many people struggled to understand the process, and they did not feel like it was their place to comment on these issues. Even if they could verbally articulate them, they were hesitant to write something down. This speaks to a broader problem where we see political power as something reserved only for the elite. We often see highly educated people or people with titles talk about political issues, and as if they're the only people who are entitled to have a political voice. As many topics were around, prior to the stall, I knew very little about the council's work. What I did, and I do still know, is that the pipes are failing, the traffic is a nightmare, public transport is a total shambles, housing is in crisis, and people feel unsafe in their city. While there's a lot of talk about these issues in the media and councillors commenting on them, there doesn't seem to be much action. Despite the best efforts of councillors, it appears the system is flawed. Given these system issues, it's understandable that students see little value in spending time voting and writing submissions, when ultimately not much is going to change. And if it does, it's probably going to take a long time and probably not going to be very good. There seems to be far too much bureaucracy. If we saw competent governance, there would be more voters and submitters. People would actually see their voices making impactful change. Most people do not have time to engage in politics and are especially unmotivated when they feel that what they say does not matter or hold any effect. But hey, I'm here today. So, and being heard, so the consultation process must be working, right? But who isn't here? Who hasn't submitted? Who is missing out? Yes, the council took steps to get public consultation, but I argue the people who did submit were probably already going to submit despite how many posters you put up. The community pop-up events were a time when most people were studying or working, which greatly limits who you're going to capture. Even today, I'm lucky to have a flexible uni schedule, and I'm narrowly cramming this in. What about people who work full-time? Why not have something like the Te Papa Q&A in the middle of Courtney Place, food courts, or the Sunday market? If you really want people to submit on the long-term plan, you have to go to the people, not wait for them to come to you. I hope you find my submission useful and that concerns students of Victoria University empower you to make some change. I know there are a lot of people who want meaningful change, both inside and outside of council. If you also see that the council system isn't working, do more, do better next time. You guys are political activists on a payroll. Wellingtonians voted you on a reason. You have a responsibility to do best by them. Cheers.
Cheers, Frankie. We do have a couple of questions, but we might just have time for one. Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Frankie. We had Victoria University Students Association come visit us and talk to us about. I'm just wondering, were you given an opportunity to feed into their submission?
No, not so much. Like a lot of students, I didn't actually know about it until actually when I called Amy to get some some materials on this. She told me about it, and I spoke to many other people that didn't know about it either. So that's the hard thing, I suppose, especially because Vic Uni is such a large place, is trying to grasp all the students all together, because really it's just small clusters.
Oh, well, I have one more question. Councillor Fitzsimons.
I was just going to say, do you know there's an election in about 500 days and you could stand for the council yourself?
Yeah, no thanks. I actually only just started my BA, so I think I want to stick that out for a bit.
Thank you, Frankie, for the mahi that went behind that submission, as well as you taking the time to come in today.
Thank you.
Okay,
Cheers.
nice to see you.
Thanks, guys.
And I'd like to call to the table Julie and Sean.
Oh, nice. Cheers.
As there's two of you, you can have 10 minutes. And that includes any time for questions. So, yeah, welcome.
We had a presentation. So good afternoon, my name's Julie and next to me is my partner Sean. We're here today to ask elected members of Wellington City Council through this LTP process to ensure that the organisation is supported and held accountable on delivery of customer-focused service, to ensure that processes are nimble and not a barrier to meeting the needs of residents and ratepayers. We'd like to talk to you today about the lesser spotted Zealandia residential parking. The location and habitat of the common residential parking is different to that of the Zealandia residential parking. It's usually created via an application on the website, which unfortunately is missing now. It needs engineering design work. Zealandia residential parking exists. It could happen tomorrow. However, common residential parking takes up to 12 months or more. Conditions on use supply. This would be the same for Zealandia. It's often oversubscribed. This would not be the same, being that there are only 4 residential dwellings that would require this parking. Revenue is gathered for common residential parking from residents and non-residents via fines.
So, like council, we're quite concerned about invasive species and sort of predators in the area, some of whom detract from the wonderful international treasure that is Zealandia. Some of the species we've seen in this genus include the unwarranted abandoned car, Waphus outofdatus, I think is its technical term. Or at times we've also seen the waiting taxi driver, which is Uber expectorus, and many other species which are included in our short guide there. All taking up the short amount of car parking space and also detracting from the kind of visual amenity as you approach Zealandia when you see something like the car on the right. Next page. There was about 10 years ago an extinction event just close to Zealandia where some of the public car parking was actually taken away, and we acknowledge the privilege and understand it's a lovely place to live near Zealandia, but the road was previously available for parking, and then single yellow lines were added about 10 years ago. We certainly don't want to detract from the visitor experience, and believe it could enhance it with the removal of abandoned vehicles, etc. Which is also why we spoke to Zealandia before making our submission, and they were fully supportive of this approach.
So the habitat and location of the lesser spotted Zealandia residential parking. It's located at the top of Waiapu Road. It's a no exit road with Zealandia just down the end of it. And not just Zealandia visitors, but as previously mentioned, in the guide, a number of other vehicles park in this area. Waiapu Road, or the road that leads to Zealandia, is a community in itself. We look out for each other. The residents care for Zealandia, and Zealandia respects the fact that we're there as well and supports our submission. We need you to connect the 4 car parks, if you look at the presentation, the 4 car parks with the 4 houses, connecting 4.
Told you that was a bad idea.
I know. Yours.
Oh, so I mean, it's we're asking for a Zealandia residential parking area to be allocated. We'd be happy to sort of do anything we need to support that process in terms of documentation or, getting further community input. We believe it's simple and easy to manage. There's 4 specific addresses on the street, and there's 4 car parking spaces. So I mean, giving 1 per house wouldn't be too problematic. We're not asking for the creation of car parking spaces. They already exist. It's just about the allocation and how that manages so that people can come in and out of their daily lives without suddenly finding that they have to walk 250 metres because it's been taken up by another vehicle. Thank you.
All right, do we have any partai? Oh, Councillor Young?
I know the street very well because I grew up on Moana Road, just above. But that's irrelevant, really. So there's a very standard procedure to get residents parking. I mean, you can just go online on the council.
Try it.
It's not there anymore.
Try it. It doesn't exist.
Isn't it?
No.
Parking policy. So I will talk to you afterwards because, I mean, I know someone who got it in Newtown last year, I think.
So we rang up 2 weeks ago and nobody could find the form. They couldn't find it in the system and they couldn't find it online.
All right. Because it's a very simple solution.
Yeah. There's 4 houses, 4 car parks.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Day.
Have you been asking for this for a while, or is this something that's just come up recently, or?
It's just a logical step forward. So no, we haven't asked for it before, but we've talked to the people down the road. Nobody has an issue with it, and Zealandia, obviously, if you've seen our submission, has written in support of it.
Is it becoming more of a challenge because you've got more people parking there now?
And especially because Zealandia is doing a lot of open days over COVID and all the rest of it.
Which is a great thing, but it's having an impact on the residents.
Yeah. And I mean, we think it's great that so many people want to go there. Yeah.
Very cool.
Councillor Rush.
I don't need to answer my question, thanks.
Okay, no more questions. Would like to thank you for your creativity. That you, I think the most creative submission that we've had today, and I think an issue that may not be too difficult to address. So, and I'm hoping they might be flicking off an email right now. So, thank you so much for taking the time to come and see us and give us such a great submission.
Great, thank you. Can I have a lolly?
Should we just get through? Yeah. So I'd like to call Andrew to the table. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Here.
Long-term memory.
Individual. Welcome. You, as an individual, you have 5 minutes, and if you want to leave any time for questions, that'll be part of that 5 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora, and thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to the technical whizzes who managed to get my presentation up in time. It's quite short, so I'll just work my way through the through those slides there. There's half a dozen of them. If we can go full screen, go to the next slide, please. So I haven't been presenting to you before. Most of you probably don't know who I am. I'm a resident in Wellington for the last 6 years, but I've previously been involved in cycling, planning and engineering and design. Thank you. For most of my career, I retired just 6 months ago and I'm loving it. But there's still quite a lot of mahi to do on cycling in Wellington, as I think you guys are fully aware. And I know it's difficult to do, and I know that taking parking away is always difficult. But
sorry, the conversation at the back, could we move further away? Thank you.
Thanks. So, yeah, I've worked in Toronto for Toronto City Council, for Brisbane City Council, and as a consultant in New Zealand for quite a long time. And yes, when I retired, 90,000 kilometres is what I reckoned I'd cycled to and from the office. So my first slide is about Three Waters, and it's a relatively simple comment, really. I was very surprised that there was no discussion about water meters, because lots of other councils are doing this, and it seems to me like a no-brainer, really, that if we're trying to manage demand, I know Wellington's got problems with water supply and water distribution, and if we were to initiate and introduce residential and presumably business water meters, we would have two benefits. One is to reduce the consumption of water, and it would also raise some revenue. And another thing that happens is it helps you to find leaks because people don't like paying for water they know they're not using, so they report leaks sooner. So I don't know what you can do, but it seems to me that this long-term plan is the process by which we should start the ball rolling on water meters. So I was really quite disappointed not to see that in the council options. I thought it was too obvious that it even if it wasn't supported by council, it should have been there as an option. So for cycling, I strongly support option 4, which is the most expensive of the options. And I think that that's really just one of the ways that we can help to decarbonise transport, which we obviously do need to do. And lots of people have been asking for cycling to be safer for a long time and to make it easier. There's lots of little things that we can be doing that don't cost a lot of money. So the sort of $1 million a year of sort of incidental works, that seems to be a good way to go. And we need more of that. And the full cost of cycleways is relatively small compared with the great big ticket items. Central Library is another issue that I submitted on, and I just don't have a problem with exceeding the debt limit for this so that we can get this ball rolling sooner rather than later. And I note, and you'll be aware of this as well, that Auckland expects its rates to go up 5% next year and 3.5% per annum after that. Everybody knows that Wellington's got some big problems at the moment, so I think we just have to bite the bullet and start spending more on basic infrastructure. And in my submission, I also suggested we should be looking for more ways of getting money from central government. There's a couple of suggestions there. Obviously, this is not something you guys can introduce by yourselves, but I would expect you to be working through local government, NZ, and whatever other channels directly with government and ministers if you can. And we just heard somebody asking for residential parking. I think it's way too cheap. So yeah, let's have residential parking, but if people really value it, they should be paying for it. This is, after all, public open space. I'm a volunteer at Zealandia and spend quite a lot of time there. I go there every time on a bike because I just live in Karori down the hill and it's there. But the residents are not the only ones that want to park there, and the spaces outside their properties aren't their own. They don't own those. They're public space. And I've got an issue with land banking going on in the CBD. Anything we can do by way of changes to the rating structure to discourage people from sitting on valuable land has got to be a good thing. That's my submission.
Fantastic. We're pretty much out of time. Thank you so much, Andrew. And I think we know that you're here, and even though you're retired, your cycling expertise.
My question was, would you consider coming out of retirement? Would you consider coming out of retirement?
You might get some job offers.
Having too much fun.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks.
Cheers. So we, do people need a break, or we just keep ploughing through?
We're going to end up probably needing
Yeah, but we have some people here, so should we keep going? Okay, Sophie first. Sophie Ivory, is that? Oh, sorry. Oh, no. Okay, we'll go for David Lloyd. If you would like to come and give your submission, be very welcome. No mai.
Good afternoon. I wasn't due till 4:45, so what do I get? 3/4 of an hour. Just by the rules.
Well, let's start with 5 minutes, including questions.
All right. Oh, where's my bit of paper? I've left it behind. Oh, just a minute, my pad. Excuse me. The clock's off by now.
The clock is not running.
Good deal. Thank you. Right. Right, my name's David Lloyd. I'm from Berhampore. I live at 458 Adelaide Road. Been in Wellington 6 years. I'm here to talk about 3 topics today. 3 waters, sludge minimisation and the library. I've opted for the option 3 for the 3 waters. I've read your booklet, I've read it throughout. I know pretty well what's going on in the town. I'm a developer, I know what's going on underground. You haven't got other options. The do-nothing options are just an abdication. I was really a bit peed off to see them in there to begin with. You should be just telling people what should be getting done. The sludge minimisation, options 3 or 4. I see that as a real risk for the town. I know you spent somewhere between $8.5 and $11 million trucking all that sewerage a while ago. I didn't realise that was a metal pipe. A metal pipe, unbelievable, which is really bad in earthquakes and they wear out real quick. And there's 8 kilometres of it, so I see that as a risk. So I think you need to take it all back to Mulwa Point, either put the plant in yourselves or get someone off-site to do it for you. I think a lot of the savings at the tip will save you a lot of money and going towards that. And as a ratepayer, I'd be very happy to pay towards that and my rates, as well as the 3 waters. So, my most controversial subject here today is the library. I didn't vote for any of the options you gave. I want to see it torn down. The reason I want to see it torn down is I think, quite honestly, it's old hat. It's just what I would call an architecturally designed warehouse for books with a few chairs inside it and a cafe. It's not that appealing. I think the cost of actually fixing it is going to be substantially more than everybody thinks. And I think that could run into probably $100, $150 million. I think you should rip it all down along with MOB and CAB and get into a joint venture with private investors if you need to and take a really good look at what we need for a library going forward. I'd take you back to 1964. I was a very young man then, I was only 9 years old. But I do remember going to the overseas terminal when they built that. And that was meant to receive all the newcomers to New Zealand. And by 1970, it was redundant. It's now, today it's apartments. I also remember the Palmerston North Railway Station being moved northwards with twice as long a platform as it had the old one. And guess what? No one travelled by train anymore. My grandchildren, they use this. I read books off this, off my computer and my iPad. I love the library, but it's a very expensive extravagance. And I think you people need to take a really, really good long look at what we should be doing with that site. Any questions? That's bold you, hasn't it?
I think, Councillor Rush has one.
Yeah, thanks, David. And I tend to agree with you. I think, would you like to see something in there, obviously just not books, but, interactive sort of almost games, interactive learning experiences?
Not at all.
Or are you talking about just a totally different sort of use for that sort of area?
No, I think we need some sort of public facility there, no doubt about it. But I think the biggest problem for you guys is it's a huge building and it's sitting on a very unstable site. Sort of reminds me of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I've been there. It's on a lean and held up with wire ropes. They're still holding it up. I think it's going to be an eyesore, that building, and I think you can redevelop that whole area. I think there can be a library facility there. It's a hugely wasteful building, that, and I honestly believe you've underestimated what it's going to cost to fix.
I'm just interested in your comment around that we should go with sort of a joint venture or private model in Civic Square. And I'm just interested in your view about how well that's worked with, that kind of approach has worked with Wellington Water.
Oh, Wellington Water. Well, I think it's a dysfunctional organisation. I know that because I'm probably the only person in this room, maybe in the top floor of this building, that has actually replaced council pipes. 2 manholes and probably 50 metres of lined pipes inside sleeves, which originally was public drains, but when the council found out they share the cost, they said, no, they're private drains. And then they came back to me, and then I had to build it all to council requirements, and lo and behold, they became public drains again. I didn't mind. I'm a developer. So Wellington Water, that's a dysfunctional company, unfortunately, but then you've got a lot of people in there that possibly don't have a lot of practical experience in dealing with a 150-year-old city. Sorry, but that's your problem as councillors to sort them out. But, you know, there's no substitute for experience when it comes to those things. And it took me 2.5 years to figure out all the drains in Berhampore, the oldest part of the city. And I'm one of the few people that's dug them up. I found the original brick drain, 1 metre diameter, that was laid in 1913, and believe it or not, it's in perfect condition. It is. And
we're out of time. Thank you so much, David, for coming in and sharing your thoughts. We appreciate it.
I'd just like to also, just to finish, please, I brought those views about those various options. They're the views of a lot of the community in Berhampore. They really just want these problems fixed. So I'd suggest you make the moves to get on with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're still all right without a break? Oh, I think Sophie is here now. Sophie, welcome. So you have 5 minutes as an individual.
Because I probably won't need 5 minutes.
We might have questions for you as well. That can be part of that time.
Well, thanks for listening to me today. I'm here as a residential ratepayer, really because I think it's important for supportive comments to be heard. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm here mainly to comment on Decision 2 on the long-term plan regarding the wastewater laterals, and just wanted to say that I fully support the decision to for the council, Wellington Water, to take responsibility for those from the boundary to the main. I think it's entirely unreasonable to ask private landowners to take responsibility for underground infrastructure that often runs under traffic corridors. You know, trucks, buses, cars have absolutely no control over what's happening on there. If the drains are broken, need to be replaced, how does a private landowner, you know, I'm fairly informed through my work, but how does Joe Bloggs dig up the road, get traffic management, all of that stuff that's really complex and expensive, and when it's not necessarily their activities that have caused the problem in the first place. That's really all I wanted to say. Yeah, really supportive of that.
Thank you, Sophie. Does anybody have any questions of Sophie? Councillor Rush, thank you.
So, Sophie, thanks very much for that message of support. Just going a little bit further, though, about the pipes as they connect up on your property and into your... How do you feel about taking responsibility for at least that section of the pipe?
Absolutely. At the property boundary, that should be the demarcation point. Yeah. Cool, thank you.
Was this your first submission, Sophie?
Yeah, my first submission.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Cool. Hope it all goes well.
As you're representing an organisation, you have 10 minutes, and that includes time for any questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Kia ora koutou, ko Jess Takawingoa. So I am here today representing the Awhero Catchment Collective. So we're quite a recently a new group. We came together in about January this year because we could see that we're all doing some work in our catchment, but we really feel like a coordinated approach is required to make significant change. And we did we pulled together to put a funding application for the Freshwater Improvement Fund, which we weren't successful for, but happy to share that project plan with anyone who would be interested. But we represent a range of groups, the Awhiro Bay Residents Association, who I know you've heard from, Friends of Awhiro Stream with Martin, a huge fountain of institutional knowledge, Friends of Tapaturanga Reserve. We also have a relationship with Southern Environmental Association, who do the amazing work up at sea with the nursery, and they're doing a huge amount of work up there. And we've formed a relationship with Taranaki Whānui, with Holden Hohaia as well. And so we really think that bringing everyone together is part of solving some of the problems. I'm part of a little group called the Stream Team. So we are some parents who just work on the little bit of the river behind Awhiro Bay School. We got rid of some blackberry, and we've had heaps of support from Wellington City Council through the Rangers and Frank, so thank you very much. But what we have noticed that we can do a lot of work in our own little patch, and we can plant and we can restore and we can work tirelessly, but that's not going to change what happens in our catchment if we don't take a kind of holistic view of a catchment and improvement in water quality. So yeah, I guess that's what the message is today, is about being holistic. And I guess the reason I'm here, never really when I signed up to do the Stream Team 8 years ago before my children started school, did I think I would be submitting on a long-term plan later on, but it's because I think these are the decisions that are made in the long-term plan are the regulatory decisions that are actually going to have the meaningful and measurable impacts and differences for our stream quality, our livability, our ability to interact with the stream and the sea in our area. And I think any decisions that are made that are helpful to a Awhiro catchment are actually helpful to all our catchments, but I can only speak for our groups. So our catchment's 953 hectares. We've got Zealandia up in the north, Te Kopahau on the side, the Marine Reserve down on the coast, and as you're aware, we've got a few challenges in our catchment as well, which are particularly relevant to the long-term plan. Overall, I guess I wanted to send a message of please be aspirational in your decision making. Please don't just do the option that's going to fix stuff for the next 10 years and then still leave a big problem with the dump and the waste management. We need to do something now. Absolutely, we need to stop having the sludge linked to how much rubbish we need, but we need a 50-year solution. And I would love to live in the city where I can live down the road from a dump or a waste minimisation centre and I can say, this is awesome, I live in a city that does this well. And maybe stop Awhiro Bay being the toilet of Wellington City. And I think the other thing is that environmental is mentioned as a community outcome, but I don't see the decisions proposed taking into account environmental outcomes enough, or environmental monitoring, and actually setting some improvement goals in there. And we talked about spending hundreds and hundreds of millions under option 2 for for the water decision, but that was still a very average. It was kind of like status quo environmentally, and really, don't you think if we spend that much money, we can make some change and improve the quality of the water? And I think if we're talking about environment, that's inextricably linked to human well-being as well, and so it's not a second-class, thing we should be aiming for. It's actually the first thing that we should be aiming for. When our environment is healthy, we are healthy. And we would love to be able to see the children at Awhiro Bay School be allowed to go in the stream or even touch the stream, and absolutely to be able to swim at the beach every day of the year. Questions?
We have any questions? Councillor Rush.
Thanks very much, Jess. So I'm just a little bit confused about how all these Awhiro Bay, Awhiro Stream groups sort of fit together. So I'm used to dealing with Eugene Doyle with the Resident Association, and we've heard today from the Friends of Awhiro, you've talked about the Stream Team. So are you an umbrella organisation?
So we're an umbrella organisation bringing all of those groups together. And that also came together with the multi-party working group, and they are doing some good work at the moment on human health mitigation. So that's quite a narrow topic, which is with Wellington Water. And it's really about the cross connections and things, and there is some good effort going on there, but I would just have to say that that is only a tiny piece of a catchment wellbeing plan.
I have a question from Councillor Fitzsimons.
I was just going to say, first of all, thank you so much for all the work that you do, and I think that's really great to see this kind of umbrella grouping. It's a really good step forward. And on that note, are you aware that the advocacy that you've already done around opposing the extension of the landfill is having some success and making some change?
Thank you.
I actually have a question as well. I'm wondering, because this may not be the ideal sort of project, that you wanted to bring the community together, but sort of because we have seen so many groups from Awhiro Bay today, what are sort of the benefits of the local community having worked together to address some of the environmental and health concerns?
So I feel like we're starting to build a cohesive group that can then work with bigger agencies together, because I think what has happened in the past, and Awhiro Bay has so many issues. So we have rubbish coming down the stream, we have the leachate coming from the dumps, we have polystyrene balls, we have just every day there's something different, but it's very hard for individuals to interact with the right organisation on the right day about the right issue and get a sense of coordination about any of these things. And it's not that Wellington Water or Greater Wellington, they don't respond to these issues, but we don't respond to them in a coordinated, joined up way. And the multi-party working group's a little bit of a start on that. But actually, you're relying on a lot of goodwill from the community to try and advocate on all of these issues. And it's, it's hard work. And so a joined up way of managing a catchment where you had planned governance and planned structures around and goals and shared the goals for the future about what. So we want a thriving ecological corridor from Zealandia to the Tapataranga, where people can live in harmony with, we're not saying don't live there, but let's build well, let's use the dump well, and let's fix up any legacy issues that might be floating around.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Jess, thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate it.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
No.
All right without a break?
Dean might
Do we need
have, I think.
Because Marianne is here, we could keep going. I'd like to welcome Marianne to come to the table. If it's not too, so people are being very flexible and letting us, and our small friend, welcome.
Thank you.
And you have 5 minutes, and including any time for questions.
Okay.
So welcome.
I think I have a presentation. Is that going to come up that I sent through? Oh. So kia ora, and thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I have really just come to support those the efforts that are being made to build to build a city where all of our children will be able to travel freely and independently around the city. And one way that we're going to build that future is through the integrated cycleways that are in the plan. I'm here to express my support for the option 4 on the cycleways, because I think it's time to open our streets up for everyone, including children, older people, people with mobility issues. All of us need to be able to access the streets. And if we go to the next slide, we have an idea for you here, which I need to credit to Florrie. Florrie says that our new integrated network of cycleways in Wellington should be called the Kids Freedom Network, because that's what the network will mean. My niece and nephew moved from here to the Netherlands, and their life was transformed by their ability as young children to travel freely and independently to school. Their parents' lives were transformed. But so I asked a few people at Lakes Early Childhood Education Centre about what they think about prioritising an integrated cycleway. And if we just go to the next slide, you'll see lots of people told me that they are currently making some of their family journeys by bike and they want to make more. If you go to the next slide, you'll get just a range of some of the people. That's Lake expressing his deep concern about our lack of an integrated cycleway, or possibly not loving the rain. And if you just go to the next slide, There's also, I heard from kids, and I think this is a piece we just don't want to leave out of this. Like, there is an opportunity for us to have a future in which children can travel independently around the city, and their parents want them to be able to do that and to be able to do that in a way that's safe. And just a few specific people I heard from in the next slide. I heard one more slide on. I heard from Nicholas and Cora, who love their bike but currently just stay off-road and don't feel able to use it to travel from Kingston into the city, but would if they felt they could in a way that was safe for them. The next slide is from Leah, who actually has been riding her bike around Wellington for 15 years, but since she put her daughter on the back, it really shifted her feeling of safety and security, and obviously the risk and the stakes change, and she hears from a lot of people in that position, and they none of us who are on our bikes out there on the street would ever judge anybody for not getting out there, because there's every reason not to. And it would, as she said, it would just be amazing to have cycleways that made this accessible to more people. Then the next person is, next slide, is Ben and Nora, who just ride around the waterfront but don't go any further, and would if they felt they were able to. And the next slide is another Ben, a much littler Ben, and I loved this picture because Ben's mum Eliza sent it through and said this is Ben on the morning of the Newtown Festival, the only day of the year that he can travel safely from his home to his school in a local neighbourhood in our city. So if we go to the next slide, basically we love travelling around by bike. Most of the images you'll see of Lake and I by bike are on protected cycleways. We get in our car and go to the hut, and we go up to visit my mother in the Bay of Plenty and ride everywhere. Unfortunately, we love it because it's good for us, it's good for our health, it's good for our mental health, our physical health, it's good for the health of the planet, it's fun. It connects us to other people. Any of you who are out on your bike know that the city, you talk to people, you connect to people, you meet people in your neighbourhood. It's a way of connecting people up. But for now, we don't feel safe, and we want to. We would love to. So I'm really here to support and encourage you to accelerate plans to build an integrated network of safe cycleways in our city. Call it the Kids Freedom Network. Credit Florrie. Yeah, that's what we're here to champion. But also happy to answer any questions.
I have one. And my question is, cycleways is one way we can create a kids' freedom network. Is there anything else we can do to make it easier for kids to travel independently around our city?
Well, yeah, I mean, Lake and I don't only travel by bike, we walk a lot. And I think all of you are aware probably, and better than I am probably, of the ways that our city could be made connected up better for people to travel on foot. We also travel by bus, and certainly if there were more options for children to travel independently by bus and to get places, all of those things enable. And I'm just like, my sister and brother-in-law in the Netherlands, they just have all this time and flexibility and freedom to do all sorts of other things because their children can move around the city independently, and we've lost that. And I know it's a big project, but I believe in the future, and I believe we can have it. Yeah.
Any other partai for Marianne? Yes.
Yes, totally agree with everything you said. I guess I just wonder, how do you get on with the hills?
Well, I'm very fortunate.
And how do kids get on with the hills?
We have an e-bike, and I have friends whose kids are considerably fitter than me and who ride up the hills without e-bikes. I rode up the hills without e-bikes until I got old and had a heavy toddler on the back. The hills are manageable for many people. Look, this is not the option. This is not going to solve it for everybody, but I certainly was more comfortable riding bikes when I was a kid than I am up hills than I am now. Yeah, I would say for me it's not the hills or the weather. It's the fact that the roads aren't for all of us. They're predominantly now for cars and trucks. Yeah.
I'd like to thank you, Marianne, for coming in and all of the research that you did to support your submission. And also, we love seeing children here at council, so welcome, Lake. Thank you so much.
You're part of it. If you're gonna complain later, right?
Councillors, we have some kai, and you're welcome to stay, Marianne, and share some kai. So we will have a short break, about 15 minutes. And up to the table. Oh, Kate's here as well. That's great. Thanks so much for coming in. You have 5 minutes as an individual, and that if you want to leave any time for questions, so off you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Reiden Law tōku ingoa. My name's Reiden Law, and I've lived in Wellington for about the last 8 or 9 years in the southern suburbs. During that time, I have primarily been a cycle commuter, and that story changed about a year ago when my car was stolen off the street and I became a non-car owner and a complete cycle commuter. The entire time I've lived in the southern suburbs, there has been consultation and discussion about cycleways in that area. And as a resident and a cyclist with a very young child, it is incredibly frustrating to be here submitting again on the same issues. I'm sure you've heard this before. I'd just like to really implore you to think about 10 years is a long time to not spend that money on additional cycleways. And as your carbon action plan states, to get to net zero by 2050, an extra 10 years of not having cycleways in place and having no plan for their future development will have significant impact on your ability to change mode shift over that time. And that's all I really have to say.
We have a question for you from Councillor Pannett.
We hear your pain, so thank you very much for your patience. Look, we're just talking about, even in the first instance, putting up some temporary bollards to mark out so at least there's immediate safety, or at least within 6 months.
Yeah.
Would you feel safe cycling along such a...
I think safe is relative and it's personal for everybody. For me, I'm a competent cyclist. I've been cycling on the road for a long time, and that would provide me with some additional security. I do cycle with a small child, and that I see as an increased risk. And I think a big part of putting bollards out is education around cycling and what that means, particularly, I mean, I cycle down Bunny Street every single day, and I can guarantee that the cycleway will be completely parked over by people waiting to turn at the traffic lights every time I go through that intersection. So education has to be part of any temporary measures as well.
Can I just ask you also about cycling with a child? I mean, have you had any near misses, like someone getting too close to your child, or...?
I've been really lucky in that the near misses that I've had recently have been when I've been on the bike by myself and not riding with a small child.
We have another question from Councillor Day.
Kia ora, thank you for coming in to talk to us. I'm just wondering at what other challenges there are. I know many people have talked to us about the challenge of finding a place to park your bike when you're biking around the city. What's your experience of that and any other kind of issues or things that would make it easier to be able to bike around?
I think that the increased bike theft around Wellington recently has made where you park really important, and not having somewhere to park on the street, so you have to park around the corner attached to something potentially not so secure is a real issue. So additional parking in places that are highly visible would be definitely beneficial for all cyclists and other scooters, mode users like that.
Any other questions? Yes.
Did you know that I just recently found this out yesterday, but did you know that the council first started consulting on a cycleway in Newtown, Berrimport in 2014?
I did.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a patsy question. If there's no other part, I really want to thank you, Reiden, for coming in and sharing your experience with us. We really appreciate it. And thank you. All right, colleagues, I think we're lucky last. Welcome, Kate. Is it the whole family or is it just you, Kate?
It's just me submitting, but the decoration.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes. You're our last submitter on the long-term plan.
Awesome. Yeah. Oh, really? The whole thing? Oh, that's quite a closing remarks. Yeah, look, thanks everyone for the chance to submit. Kate Day, I'm living in Berhampore in the Southern Ward. First of all, just want to thank you guys for aspects of the plan which I just think are awesome. So the prioritisation of the climate change plan makes me really proud. And also the progress finally about the sewage sludge. I am just regularly disturbed when I'm reminded of that, and so it's really, really exciting to see that that's finally, going to make progress on that. So I fully support both of those things. I just want to spend most of the time, as you probably realise, about just talking about cycleways. A few years back, before I was pregnant, I made a submission to you guys, hoping that by the time I had a small child on my bike, I'd be able to ride with him safely. And unfortunately, I still can't do that in the majority of my commuting. There is. I just want to commend as well the progress in the eastern suburbs. To ride over to Kilburney on that cycleway is just wonderful, and actually my son just sings as we go along up and down that hill. He just loves it. Thanks for all the work there. Unfortunately though, to get into work and actually to come to you tonight, just to describe that journey, the first leg is all parked cars on Ridderford Street, and then coming up and then passing the hospital, we're actually literally in the gutter and we're a two-person vehicle. To squash into the gutter. Then we share with, obviously, the buses, double-decker buses, and at this time of night, parked cars. All of us squished together. It's a sharing of space that is just absurd, and we wouldn't tolerate in any other sphere of life. And then the rest of the way, there is a short stretch, which I'm grateful for, on Rugby Street, which is partially segmented from the rest of the traffic. So that does feel relatively safe, but the rest, there's no cycleways at all to get in here. And then to park here, there's no cycle parking. So I realised that you're putting a lot more, your proposed approaches to put a lot more investment into cycleways, and that's great. I encourage you to go further. Actually, no, I'd ask for a selfish thing, and for the sake of my own life and that of my family, I ask you to follow the recommendations of Cycle Wellington and invest the full amount that is possible into cycleways. It's something that everybody wins. The buses don't want to hit me and our small child. The other cars don't want to have to look out for me. We need a separate space so that everyone's safe. So I'd encourage you to do that, and I really encourage you to do it as quickly as possible. I cycled past 3 schools in my journey to get here without any cycleways, apart from Rugby Street, and my hope is that in the next 3 years, by the time my son is able to go to school, he's able to cycle to school safely. So that's all I wanted to share, and I'll leave it at that.
Do we have any questions for Kate? Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Kate. Thanks so much for coming in today. Can I just ask, before, were you cycling before, as a normal mode of transport before you had Wilfred?
So it's been my majority transport for the length of time I've been in Wellington. Then actually, we're in the process of selling our car, so it's going to be it's going to be probably most weather. Otherwise, we'll use the bus.
Yeah, and just noticed. So, have you changed your bike style? Like, are you on a different type of bike now with Wilfred?
Yep. So we use an electric bike.
And what difference has that made to the way you're moving around, even as a family?
It's transformational. It really means that we don't need a car at all. Yeah. We even actually got up to Waikanae using the train. So we would like to use that for our holidays as well.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
Thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate it. And thank you very much.
Yeah, hope you guys get some good rest.
All right, now. Congratulations, councillors. And thank you so much to the officers for all of the work that you have done. Yes. So, yeah, thank you so much to everybody who has put all the work into making these hearings a reality. I would like to move that the committee receive the information and thank the oral submitters for their submissions. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Foon, is there any debate?
That we will take action rather than just saying thank you. Yeah.
Especially on the ones that want.
Okay. Oh, look, you seem to want more, but I think we should vote. That is unanimous, and shall we stand for the karakia? Unuhia, ki te uru tapunui, kia wātia, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua. I te ara takatū, koe a rā e rongo, whakāria a ki ronga. Kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia.